That was long. It only felt long because you guessed the answer for all the questions and proceeded to stare blankly at the paper. Correct. Ha. Ha. They're not even real adventurers. They're just students from one of the specialized high schools. Look at the logo, stupid. They're from Warrior High School. The events that occurred started without a single warning. Later on, science proved that a world similar to Earth existed across the universe. On that planet, a certain event had occurred. And the planet was torn to pieces. As a result, the remnants of that planet started flying towards Earth. And parts of our planet started to fuse with theirs. That was the adhesion phenomena. That's how the unusual laws of nature and a variety of monsters were introduced to Earth. With that, 17% of the Earth's area was affected. And humans lost control over the land. The danger zone. Eventually, we called these places dungeons. Horned horror, single horn, strength, B stamina, C agility, C the number of horns increases with respect to the strength of the monster. We weren't given any time to prepare for these monsters. Human, male, strength, D stamina, D agility, D trained. However, we were fortunate. Disaster wasn't the only thing that came from the otherworld. That came from the otherworld. The natural limits that humans, as a species, are born with. And the limitations to our potential caused by the natural law of Earth. Strength, B. Strength, A. Were completely shattered. Although this was a phenomenon that affected all humans on Earth, the abilities awakened were different for everyone. The chosen few decided to train individuals who utilized their newfound potential and abilities. To regain control over the dungeons. They were special agents working for that sole reason. And were known as adventurers. And that's how the era of dungeons and the era of adventurers began. The entire world praised their accomplishments, and were inspired by their strength. Not long after that, organizations focusing on the training of adventurers were created throughout the world. The best adolescent training facility in the Republic of Korea, which has managed to produce the best adventurers for the last 25 years, was the world-renowned Soldier High School. Did you know? They even count what happens in the dungeon as a test. They got approval for that. What if they die? That's how confident they are. There's a reason why they were accepted to that school in the first place. What the hell? Whoa, that's crazy. He's so damn good looking. Seriously, OMG, look at his skin. Mixed blood elves are something else. Huh? What the hell is that? You don't know. He frequently appears on TV, too. Diev Choi. His father is a famous adventurer and his mother is an elf. They say he's a genius. People claim that he'll enter the top ranks of adventurers within 5 years of graduating. Diev Choi, 17, Soldier High first year returned from dungeon 14 times. Kaya. You aren't any better than them, for getting angry at him. It's not like he's an idol. What the hell is wrong with people? What the hell did you say? Oh, yeah. Jaryong, you're working today, right? I heard that Lee Yunji went to a karaoke place with her friends. Come on, you're doing this even after exams are over. Just skip work and come with us. Yeah, fine. Well, I guess you have no choice. Good luck. Okay. See you next week. Be a little more sensitive, won't you? Think before you speak. No. That hurt. Do you not know why Jaryong is doing all of this? Chief, how was the test? Come in, we have work to do. Kayak. Kayaa. Huh. Why? Did that kid do something to you? No, it's just that. I'm just imagining things. Ha, damn it. I don't want to work. Hey, you're here. Say hi. He's the client for today's job. I'm Jae-hwan, 37, broker. Nice to meet you. Toilets, are you kidding me? I thought you'd assign your best worker. He is our best, though. Do you think I'm fucking stupid? Listen to me, you damn bitch. I didn't come here to get scammed by idiots like you. Aren't you being a little too harsh? Get that fucking kid out of my face. Kid, bring me someone who's actually good at their job. Otherwise, I'll make the two of you regret it. Hey, big guy. Are you an adventurer? Oh, sorry. I guess you were an adventurer. That's why you're looking stupid behind that old man. What? This bitch. Boss. There's no need to continue this conversation. I'm sure a broken arm and leg will teach him a lesson. Lee Piljiu, 34, former silver rank adventurer returned from dungeon, before retirement, 81 times. Yeah. I knew you'd know how to do things like this, Piljiu. If you want to save yourself, get on your knees and beg before he does anything. Oh my god. What should I do? I don't know how to beg. Yu Jaryong, 17, Dongkong High first-year dungeon smuggler returned from dungeon, illegal, 371 times. The history of the first generation is a great legend, but to the adventurers of that time, it was hell. More than anything, there wasn't enough information. What kind of place dungeons were, and what kind of monsters dwelled within. Gekamulath, adolescent form. Monsters that are now considered easy to defeat. Then society as a whole will be at a loss. So, everyone. If you see these kinds of bad guys, hurry and report them to the association. Hey, you there. Are you really going to let this happen? Huh? Are you getting scared after coming this far? You're the ones that should be scared. That guy's got a nasty temper. The reason behind his retirement wasn't injuries, it was assaulting teammates. Assaulting teammates. If you think he'll go easy on him because he's a kid, we might just end up having to clean up his corpse. Assaulting teammates. Isn't that really scary? So you were an actual criminal, huh? Though I'm not in a position to judge you. That pathetic guy was only dragging me down. I simply disposed of some trash. Ah. Trash disposal. So that's what you meant. So you're well aware that you're trash. Hee hee, crazy bastard. That's why you purposely caused trouble and lost your license, huh? I see, assaulting a teammate would be. Attacking me out of nowhere is rude. Ugh. Guess I'll return. A light kick. See? I told you I brought in the most skilled person I know. That was a surprise. With the way you look, I thought you would be a little tougher. Lee Pilju was at a loss. What? He thought of this smuggling teen as a mere child. However, those reflexes. And the force behind the kick launched at his chin. Had already reached the domain of a pro. Looks like he's starting to understand. This might not be a fight he's able to win. Look here. That kid's pretty good, but that was just a single kick. That bastard Pilju's always been, yeah, well. I can get a feel for him. I'm sure he was a tank. Hey, don't stare at me like that, I can read between the lines. You're still a smuggler scum. Whatever cheap tricks you decide to use. I'll show you. After the adhesion, people began to awaken abilities that exceeded their limitations. However, every person would have different builds and talents, and, as expected, would awaken different latent abilities. Adventurers, of course, undertook training that matched their abilities, and assigned roles to themselves. Whoa. Technique, bulk up, chant, iron skin, chant, giant strength. A position in which you protect your teammates from the dangers of the dungeon. Their role is to face monsters head-on at the front line. The strength of their body, trained to its limits, allows them to shrug off bullets from personal weapons. And top-tier tanks can even take the overwhelming firepower of missiles easily. They are, precisely, a protective barrier. A real adventurer. Huh? Eek? Are you alright? Anyway. What a punk. Phew. Is he really going to wreck someone else's place of business like this? What's wrong? Why aren't you pulling any cheap tricks like before? Sorry, but I'm no fool. I have no intention of stepping into an obvious trap. He's not bad. His physical force is around the level of a decent truck. If you were to be hit, every bone in your body would be pulverized. Hurry up and end it, Jaryong. You'll get your pay docked if there's any more damage. Damn it. Looks like your boss hasn't gotten a grip on what's going on. I'll tell you this now. Your cheap tricks won't be able to pierce the techniques of a pro. That doesn't sound too bad. This should be good enough. In light of their overwhelming durability, the public believes tanks to be unbeatable beings. It's over. However, that is not the case. They have a clear weakness, a natural enemy. An entity that can focus a powerful, destructive force in a single point. For example, a damage dealer that is far more skilled than them. Would have no issue destroying a protective barrier like that. Where'd you learn to swing that? Where'd I learn this? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're thinking, but you're mistaken. Well, he might not be. There's a chance he's seen him before. My father. The majority of adventurers can be divided into 4 categories based on their abilities and experience. From lowest rank to highest gemstone, copper class, silver class, gold class. Depending on the rank, there are various benefits regarding dungeon entry, tax cuts, and so on. The top 100 adventurers are called rankers, and they are assigned color ranks outside of those 4 ranks. When I was very young, my father was the greatest adventurer to me. It wasn't because he was my father. Phew. His name was Yusong. He was one of the first-generation heroes, who could be called the first-ever adventurers. To those who haven't experienced it themselves. The history of the first generation is a great legend, but to the adventurers of that time, it was hell. More than anything, there wasn't enough information. What kind of place dungeons were, and what kind of monsters dwelled within. Gekamulath, adolescent form. Monsters that are now considered easy to defeat. Were to the adventurers of that age an unknown calamity. It was a time when there weren't any skills to fight the monsters. Nor the items, which are so common now. In such desperate conditions, the first-generation adventurers went through trial and error, risking their lives. The survivors passed on experience and accomplishments to the next generation. And were established as heroes. Dragon Slayer Yusong. A nickname given to the first person ever to hunt down a dragon. And the person who was Asia's top-ranking adventurer. That person was also my father, and I respected and revered him. More than anyone in the world. I believed him to be invincible. The cause was poison. During his explorations, Father had come across a deadly poison. Like any other time, Father tried to overcome it. But after decades of overworking himself, his body was already at its limit. The colleagues that Father trusted his life with took advantage of Father's vulnerability, and took his fortunes and work. For years, he suffered both mentally and physically. Father. Years later, when the world was beginning to forget the dragon slayer Yusong, Father lost his identity as a hero. After losing everything, and suffering from an incurable poison. All that was left in his stead was a forgotten adventurer. Well, that went smoothly. He lost Piljiu to a young kid. Well, probably because he wasn't a good adventurer. Ugh. I'm out. Bragging about beating up his own colleagues, that's a telltale sign that he's weak. There are only two reasons why a good adventurer retires. Their bodies broken to the point that they can't explore anymore, or they die during an exploration. I don't know what the wage was, but if it's more than minimum wage, it'd be better to fire him. Anyone can act strong, you know. That's a bit harsh. Please try to understand us a bit. Ah, and the pay for the work just now is doubled. What kind of bullsh-dash? You were the one to provoke us first, right? We don't do anything for free, you know. Ah, alright, understand. Hey, Jaryong. Have you heard of the Imperial Wasp? We don't have to fight that, do we? That's a bit much. Imperial Wasp, a monster whose degree of danger is considered the highest, not just in Korea, but all over the world. What was once Guido, where the Imperial Wasp had made its nest, became Korea's demon realm with the highest difficulty. Even for a top-ranking adventurer, taking on one of them is difficult. Those things are flying all over the place there, so for a smuggler level, well, it's impossible. But for a white-rank adventurer. According to that man, there was a huge raid yesterday that wasn't publicized. The government's army and 7 white-rank adventurers made up an attack squad. 7. You can say most of Korea's all-stars. The media goes crazy when just 2 of them get together. They failed to accomplish their original goal of eradication, but it seems they succeeded at hunting down the queen bee. But one of the 7 stole the royal jelly of the Imperial Wasp and ordered a subordinate within the attack squad to smuggle it out. What, jelly? Royal jelly. It's a nutritional supplement that the wasps feed to a newborn queen. Nutritional supplement, why would a white-rank adventurer hire a smuggler just for some nutritional supplement? Sigh. There were a few occasions when an Imperial Wasp's royal jelly was brought into the world. From what I know, if a human eats it, they can come back from the dead. All the pathways toward the dungeons are strictly managed. Is what the Adventurers Association and the government have claimed. Of course, that wasn't the truth. Well, I know I always say this, but be careful not to die, got it? This job is going to be especially annoying. Come on, what are you doing? I was wondering why you weren't paying attention to what I was saying. Is it because of that? Medicine that can even bring back the dead. Are you still hung up on that? There's no point though, things like that are always blown out of proportion. Yeah. Even if it's considered an antidote that's second to none. It wouldn't be able to cure my father's condition. If there was something like that in the first place, Father would have never let go of his string of hope. After the adhesion, dungeons here and there were created across Earth. Among them, there are 2 considered the greatest within Korea. The first is Jeju-do, a dungeon fused with a volcanic mountain range. The other is fused with the Agar jungle, which is located in what used to be Uedo, in the middle of Seoul. Former Borome, low-rank dungeon, danger rank D+. With Uedo at the center, Meipo, Yongsan, and Yangdungpo were all taken over by this dungeon. Most of it remains undiscovered, and many adventurers lose their lives trying to explore the region. It seems that one of their subordinates managed to transport it to the meeting area. However, after arriving at the meeting area, they lost contact. Maybe he ran away. No, I don't think he would, so it's most likely an accident or injury. He must have dealt with all kinds of shit to get out of there. Well, all you have to do is get on site and bring back what he had if you find it. Let me finish my thoughts. Don't get distracted, and just focus on the job for now. Do you think I'd run away from you? No, you're not that stupid to do that. Just be really careful. Remember, the royal jelly of a sky wasp is precious. Humans aren't the only ones who are willing to risk their lives to get it. I'm sure the entire forest should be smelling like it too. Damn it. What the hell, I'm sure plenty of things are going to be attracted by its smell. Ha ha ah ha. Jean Sarum, first year at Warrior High, she currently is facing the biggest problem of her entire life. It should have been an easy trip to the dungeon for her midterm. But instead, what she faced was a monster that never should have been there. What is that? The test was simple. Within the given time limit, collect as many coins that were placed within the dungeon as possible. Although it was a test used to simulate real combat situations, the test area was the lowest rank possible. It should have been easy. That's because it was considered a beginner's training ground. Even the monsters that happened to live there were weak and had low intelligence levels. Run, no, that's impossible. She realized in that instant that all she had left was to hope for a miracle. And even then, she decided to fight back. Titan Ape, Juvenile, Danger Rank. No matter how many shots I take, piercing it is impossible. Yeah, I can't kill you with my attacks. There's no need for you to dodge or block it. Just a little closer. Just let your guard down. Jean Sarum. She was a class that imbued magic on her arrow tips. A magic ranger. The type of magic that can be imbued on the tip of an arrow was limitless. What she decided to choose as a last resort was an explosion at the greatest magnitude she could manage. It should have been enough to kill any monster with a danger rank of 3 stars. Of course. That's only if she can manage to land the shot. He dodged it. Before I even shot the arrow, he jumped. He knew I was. I can't do it again. What should I do? I need to run. I stuck it properly on his chin, but... Ha! I guess this just isn't enough. A frontal assault. That's impossible, he's going to die. Close your eyes. Geez, I used them all up, even though that was my last one. He's so noisy. It is a tool made from the scales of the flickering fish that lives in deep-sea dungeons. It possesses an incapacitation ability that is incredible for its price, and it was once loved by countless adventurers. But with its incredible performance, alongside poor usage of it, several adventurers began to lose their abilities. And usage as well as production of it is now strictly banned. Look here, you. If I've done this much for you, you ought to take responsibility for your own life. You only have a few seconds left. No matter what happens inside a dungeon, if an adventurer doesn't take notice and isn't antagonized, they won't help. Frankly, it's 'cause we're like cockroaches. Did you know? The bounty on smugglers is pretty sweet. If you mess around carelessly, you will just get stomped. Ha ha ha. Ha. He suddenly disappeared. I'm sure he was right in front of me just now. You're so stupid. Hey, what are you doing? I wanted to thank you for saving me. Ha ha. Are you messing with me? Do I look like a fool to you? That's not the only reason why I came. I'm well aware that you're a smuggler. That's why I want to offer you a job. Neither do I have any interest in learning how crazy a silver spoon-sucking warrior high student is. I'll bury you for real if you get in my way again. The bounty on smugglers is 50 million won, the bounty for poachers should be 400 million 5,000 won. You. And kills blood. You can buy just one by catching 5 people like you. This is just the down pay. If you help me with my midterms, I will pay you the rest as well. Whoa, that's insane. I thought you were just a spoiled brat, but it looks like you're filthy rich and absolutely out of your mind. What does it matter whether I'm crazy or not? Right now, what's important is that this could be an opportunity to change your life. Ha! I figured things would turn out like this. Alright, this was my bad. There really wasn't any reason to kill you, but, what are you talking about? I told you before. You only had a few seconds. I didn't hand it to you just so you could stare at it. You remember that strike you dealt earlier? Do that again. Cast it at the end of my staff and throw it back to me. W8. I don't have any magic power left. Well, you figure that out. I don't think I'll be able to take aggro for you bare-handed for very long. I barely have a quarter of my magic power left. I won't be able to do any damage to the monster with that amount of power. Instead, I'd rather just run away by myself. While he's got that thing's attention. Ha 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 ha. I really am crazy. I'm disappointed. This is hardly a quarter of what you launched before. Well, I guess this much should be enough. The students of Warrior High have heard this more times than they can count. When fighting a monster, the most important thing is not brute force alone. The sense for timing. And accurately aiming your attacks. In other words, what adventurers must temper above anything. See you tomorrow. Lucky Serum. You can have whatever you want. She wasn't wrong. Serum could have almost all of what she saw. A South Korean business ranked fourth, the Jinseong Group. The successor of the group got engaged to an elf from the other world. And the result of that was Jean Serum. She respected adventurers more than anyone. And dreamed of being one more than anyone. It's impossible. Your elf blood is too weak. You might as well just be human. Huff, huff. Yet you continue to push her into it instead of convincing her otherwise? I'm not pushing her. I'm cheering her on since that's what she wants. Jin Sungyu, Serum's father, Jinseong Group's Special Development Department head. It's not like the talents of an elf are required to become an adventurer. Ah, well, that's true. Sigh. For a human, she's not that bad either. Huff, but she's still only a bit above average. Huff. And let me make clear. Your daughter isn't just a human from a normal family. She won't give up on her own. Huff. She's as stubborn as my sister. She won't ever compare to the monster rank humans. But if she keeps trying, she might be somewhat decent. It'll be enough to bring in praise and recognition for a regular human. But your daughter was born with so many other benefits compared to her lack of talent. Wealth, name, and bloodline. Those things will make her efforts useless, and people will laugh at her with envy. She might be completely isolated. She won't be able to deal with it for long. Phew, talent isn't something that just falls out of the sky. Phew. And no way, similar age as me. Be careful to not break it. It's pretty expensive. This is like 5,001 if you go to Daiso, no. It stops facial recognition, changes your voice, there are more than 4 magic spells on it, buddy. Sigh. Things aren't going so well today. Are you, a Sunbae? From my school. Sunbae, my ass. Give me what you promised. Ugh, rich kids. It's not fake, is it? You need more money, right? I understand. Even if you don't go to my school, the Adventurer Education Center's tuition is pretty high. Maybe I could pay for, I don't attend any place. Huh. You're wrong. I don't go to some adventure school. I haven't even gone near one. Then who taught you to fight? No one. I taught myself. What? What kind of nonsense is that? Movement like that. Timing. You've gotta be kidding me. What the fuck? Donggang High School. Student ID name Yu Jaryong, grade 1st, date of birth 20xx.09.13 Donggang High School. You don't need to try and remember it. It's just a humanities school. And no way, whether it makes sense or not. Hand it over. Something to prove your identity, whether it's a student ID or something else. Jean Saram, HM. You're the same age as me. Why don't you talk informally? Student ID name grade Jean Saram, 1st, date of birth 20xx.12. Carrier High School. Well, then. W8. Why are you keeping my student ID? Huh. I thought you wanted me to do something for you. My identity's been revealed, so I gotta take something of yours so you don't turn your back on me. Oh, and I'm not done. Come closer. What are you doing? Proof of accomplice instead of a contract. You know that a smuggler's accomplice receives the same punishment as a smuggler, right? At that moment, Saram realized that she might have gotten involved with someone more dangerous than she thought. But it was too late, and everything had already begun. Well, then. Let's talk about the prices. Exactly what it is that you want me to do. Collect coins. Within the 6-hour limit, collect coins that have been placed in various locations throughout the testing center. That's the goal. I have to find a coin box in a certain location and prove that I'm a student. I already got one coin, so I just need one more to pass. It's not that far away either. Where is it? The old ruins of the Eugene Mall. I see. Huh. I see it's not a coincidence that we met each other. What I'm looking for is also there. The Imperial Wasp. It's not the Imperial Wasp, but it's honey, or something like that. Was it royal jelly? Apparently, it has a strong smell and attracts monsters. That one was probably attracted by it too. It doesn't matter to me, but, you said you have to go there too, right? Aren't there other locations with the coin? That's the only place with it now. The other parties should have taken all the rest. Other parties? Ah. I see. I was wondering why she was on her own. Well, it's more convenient for me that way. Let's do this. Find your coin and leave safely. That's my mission. The price is 950 million. That's all the cash I have right now. If that's not enough, I just need a bit more time to, that's fine. I'll take extra, if some emergency happens and I have to do more work. You have enough stamina left to run right now, right? He's fast. Damn it. I accepted the offer too fast. I should have asked for more. Hey. Can I ask you something? Ask. Did you really teach yourself? Not entirely. When I was a kid. Hey. Get ready. Claws raptor, native species to what was once Baramidong. Danger ranking. Jaryong has never been given official training as an adventurer. The ability he has right now was earned by risking his life. But there's one exception. When he was young, he witnessed his father's movements. And this allowed him to learn 3 movements. The first one is needle. Using all of your speed, power, and weight. And stabbing the opponent's vital point. It was a simple, but yet not so simple move. That he earned with experience, sense, and talent. A technique that not even the top-ranking adventurers were able to master. Had been perfectly mastered by Jaryong. Weird. Claws raptors are usually in groups of at minimum 5. There are probably all kinds of monsters nearby. Let's take a quick break then get going. What I was asking earlier. Did you get personal training when you were younger? No, I just watched someone train. I was being sneaky, so it was just a few moves. What? Why? I don't like you. So suddenly. Are you giving me this? Drink it. You're probably not in your original condition. If you're giving me this because you don't like me, you can be a bit harsher with your words. Huh? You're not gonna drink it? Well, I can sell it later. It's only. Don't you know how much that is? I know. If I sell it on the black market, it's a hefty amount of money. Approximately, 1,000,000 won. This bastard. He's weird. Really weird. Well, no need to rest more since you drank that. Let's get going. Rich kids sure are weird. You should already know this. Our goal isn't to hunt. It's to take what we need and leave. No matter what monsters are inside, always follow my orders and stay strong. I'm sure you've learned a lot, but my specialty is surviving. Trust me. Sarum did not realize what the cause of her weird sensation was. The past half-year. It was her first experience jumping into danger with someone as a companion. What is this? Not sure. I've never seen anything like this before either. Humans are organisms that are much braver than they think. With the proper resolve, they can stand up to any situation. The only exception being unpredictable situations that were not accounted for during their initial resolve. All of these monsters aren't native to this area. They're dangerous to even pro-adventurers. Just what is in there? Don't lose your mental state. Something dangerous is in here. It's not like you didn't know that, right? You were only surprised because it was messier than you thought. Nothing has changed. That's. Slasher lip danger level. Pry shop. That scared me. I thought it was dead, but its survivability is really high. It's not because of its survivability. I kept it alive for a while on purpose. That way, if someone came here, it would serve as a warning alarm. Slasher lip has a tendency to scream to alert its allies and it feels its life is in danger. Warning alarm. But who? I can't just wait around. There was a lot more to clean up than I thought, and I was exhausted after that. An adventurer. Did you say that you were waiting? Do you know him? But, this isn't normal. You two seem too young to be smugglers. Huh? What? Are you from Warrior High School? Yes, I am. I see. I have no idea what kind of team this is, but it's unfortunate. To die in a place like this. Why are you sitting around talking to him, idiot? This human isn't a normal adventurer like you think. He's a villain that came to kill me and take the royal jelly. It looks like you have no association with my commissioner. How will you handle things if you touch my stuff without permission? I dunno. Don't I only have to handle things if I get caught? I have very good luck. I coincidentally heard that my comrade was smuggling a valuable item. My original plan was to ambush him on the way here, but, not everything goes the way you want, right? I sadly failed in finishing them off. I confirmed that he ran off in here, but why couldn't I find him at all? He has to be hiding in one of the smuggling locations here. So the reason contact was cut with the head of smuggling was not because of the sky wasp's poison. Even without clashing with him yet. Even if your death is already ensured, you could still go out in the least painful way. The opponent in front of him was the real thing. He was a different rank from the other awkward guy from earlier. Find the coins and leave while I buy time. As soon as possible. Thanks to that human, there shouldn't be many threats inside of here. But you. Nothing will change even if you're here. I can hear you. Stop staying here and run, you idiot. You have to be fine for me to get money. Damn, she really left. That wasn't a good choice. Sticking together gave us a little higher chance of survival. Bullshit. He read my sword path. You surprised me. To be honest, I looked down on you because you were young, to make me use equipment. But you're better than the average pro. I guess I'll have to fight properly if I want to take care of that warrior high girl too, right? Don't be scared. It won't take too long. Yang Dog Yun. Gold Class Adventurer. This isn't bad. It's actually pretty good. Do you want one? I'm fine. You should at least sit down. It'll be a while until that guy wakes up. This pig that can't even pull the weight of his own body. Do you know how much money I pay him? He was calling himself a former adventurer, and walking around so arrogantly. Don't be too hard on him. He didn't lose because he was bad, he lost because he had to. Although he is bad. The thing people overlook is that adventurers don't fight with just humans. The thing that guy trained in was probably hunting and exploring instead of fighting. The monster he fought wasn't familiar to him either, so it's natural that he lost to a smuggler. But I heard even amongst adventurers. You're right. Of course, even adventurers fight between themselves. As they go up, the more valuable a location is, the more common the fighting gets. Even comrades who depended on each other many times, succumb to greed and backstab one another. Do they even kill each other? Well, who's going to stop them? There are no laws implemented inside of dungeons no matter what happens. They died to a monster. If adventurers say that, they don't even need an alibi. Anyways, the higher an adventurer is, the more they have to train in preparation for a potential fight. The class of that guy over there was not high enough, so that happened. Assaulting a comrade, well, it is cute. But seeing that he got caught means it was a light fight that happened outside of a dungeon. It was probably just an argument without equipment. Equipment? The armor and weapons adventurers take with them to hunt. Although it's meaningless. With that, even our friend over there could have somewhat put up a fight. Is it that strong? Of course. Equipment is half the combat power of an adventurer. He didn't dodge my attack. It definitely went straight in. That blade has an upper level of defense, don't think about other things too much. That's not very respectful of you. And to your life. Ha! What's wrong? Fight back properly like earlier. Of course, that would be impossible. Shade Jacket A+ rank armor that Yang Dogyun possesses. It consumes the user's blood to support physical abilities, and form an upper level of defense against impact. That's Yang Dogyun's Berserker style of combat. There's no way that there won't be openings. But if I try to go for a bad counterstrike, I'll die. You fell for it. Well, you lasted pretty long. Is today some kind of special day? I liked that jacket. I was a bit scared because your aura was huge, but to do only this much against a high schooler without anything equipped. Aren't you just getting carried by your equipment? If I had armor like that. You cocky motherfucker. The one in a rush is him. Jaryong definitely knew that. The opponent had to take him down, find Serum, and silence her. The longer I stall, the more impatient Yang Dogyun will get. When he was young, he learned by watching. The second technique. It wasn't possible with only Jaryong's strength. He had to use the enemy's strength against them, and inflict a huge blow that would be impossible on his own. The name of this skill that even Jaryong didn't perfect yet was Swell. I didn't think I'd actually use it in a real fight. I never even imagined it. To think a pro adventurer would be a human who just charges in over and over. Give up, your time is over, no matter what you do. Fuck off, cocky bitch. I'll tell you to fuck off, whatever happens. Make sure to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Number 27-037 gene serum has been confirmed. I found it. Now, I just have to return. Stop staying here and run, you idiot. You have to be fine for me to get money. Nothing will change even if I leave. Serum tried to think that way. He wouldn't have fought if he didn't know of a way to escape. So. I won't. I won't be cheeky in front of you ever again. I was a genius. From when I was young, I knew that everything was easy. Recognition from adults. And dominance over my peers. Back then, there was only one thing I couldn't achieve. Name, Yang Dog-yun. Address, XX City. You have been rejected from the first application test by the Warrior High Decisions team. Warrior High is all about connections and money. They pick money over talent. Yeah, that might be the answer. Congratulations. Ganjian High welcomes future adventurers. If it was based on pure talent and skill, there was no way I'd fall behind. Overcoming hardship test. Number 7, Yang Dog-yun. Accumulated score is in first place. Compared to the majority of average kids, I was a selected genius in the minority. Him again. Final exam report. First place Yang Dog-yun 966 points, second place Yoon Song-young 752 points. Look at the point difference. He's simply on a different level. Exactly. Those kids will become rankers. Good work, everyone. This will conclude this year's graduation. Yang Dog-yun. Congratulations on being valedictorian. You will definitely be a great adventurer. Don't become conceited and keep going forward. Yes. You retired early and became washed-up trash that teaches kids. I'll show you. I'll look down on you from a place where normal people like you haven't even been to. I ran over here because you said you were in a dangerous situation, but this is it. Just, what happened? A monster killed my entire party, alone. A familiar stare. It was the stare I looked at other people with. Then, I realized. You are, the words that the old man gave me weren't advice. Great adventurer. It was words of comfort. I wasn't a chosen one. I was just one of the people the average people look up to, just a little better. This jacket was made entirely from a live vampire. That guy allowed it. He said I could take all the blood flowing in his heart into mine. As the price for murdering you. His speed didn't get significantly faster. Pant, pant. Pant. You blocked it somehow. Pant, pant. Great reaction speed. Amazing talent. Why are you a smuggler? Why are you suddenly complimenting me? It's not your business. Whatever it is, thank you. Thanks to you, I can stomp on a talented person. Alright. My body is moving without any problems. Incredible. Very incredible. Show me more. He won't be able to maintain that forever. If it uses his blood as fuel, he will definitely reach a limit. If I bait him into consuming a lot of blood and use needle. I know that already. Too late. Ha, ha. You really. Don't listen to me. So touching. Do you think he's dead? He wouldn't die from something like that. Don't worry too much about him. He won't try to take revenge on you either. If he does, his career and image might take a hit. I'm sure that should be good enough. Did you already forget? I saved your life, so you owe me. Technically it would be twice, right? Once in the beginning. And the second time when you decided to follow me. I'll be generous, let's call it even. Does it hurt to just say thanks? A sweet smell. What are you surprised by? I told you. Didn't you follow me to see something special? Alright, why don't we take a look? The scent was beyond anything I've experienced before. A sweet and endearing smell so potent that it makes you forget what you were thinking about. If it's exposed like this, that's why all the monsters are attracted to it. Does this sack have royal jelly inside too? I think we should leave immediately. I have a feeling that something might creep up on us if we stay. He's gone. Just you wait. You bastards. I remember both of you bitches' faces. I'll do whatever I can to kill you. I'll make sure you regret what you did today. Ah. Let's go through the back door. Phew, this should be safe enough, right? What about your test? Yeah. I have enough time. Well, then, it was nice meeting you. Although plenty happened, we're both done with what we were here for. Remember. Total secrecy, and make sure you pay up. And be careful if you don't want to meet me again. Is it okay if we see each other again? Oh, you're back. Seems like you had some fun. Don't ask. Let's take a look. It would have been insane if this was released to the public. You'd easily be able to buy a couple of buildings. Good work. I'll send you the money sometime tomorrow. Hey, you Jaryong. Are you okay? Oh, yeah. Is it because of that adventurer? The one that died while fighting you? He didn't die while fighting me. It shouldn't be a situation where I feel remorse. Is there something else that happened while you were there? Nothing. Forget about that. Can I take those? It doesn't seem like it's royal jelly. Sure. All other items excluding the object in question are for the smuggler's taking. That's the rule. I wonder who's the kid that's going to eat that. It can bring back the dead. However, it has another more appealing effect than bringing the dead back. It has the effect of increasing an individual's limit of talent. It can do something like that. It's not a very well-known fact, but it's true. Since the effects only work on people that haven't reached adulthood yet, they wouldn't give it to anyone without hope. I'm sure it's someone from Warrior High. I'll be leaving. All right. Tell your father I said hi. If I get the chance. He hasn't been doing well recently. Warrior High. What? Let's see each other again soon. Are you interested in me or something? I'm not joking. There's an entrance exam in the winter. Although they only accept a handful of people at most, you have a good chance. No adventurer can explore a dungeon alone, no matter how skilled they are, to combat the limitless situations in a dungeon by themselves. That's why a party is needed. Different adventurers with different talents use their strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses and overcome them. That's how dungeons are explored. Warrior High also has political factions in each grade. Factions? Like fights with each other? If it was that childish, we wouldn't need to worry about them. Sigh. Our grade has 2 factions. The 2 in the top 3 lead the factions. So, do they form parties within the same faction? And you're not in any faction? Right. Do the teachers not say anything? Nope. Since getting a party is the student's responsibility. I know what you want to say. That's because you lack skill. I know that I can't become a great student. However, I should still be able to join a party. Even the kids who aren't in factions have their own parties. I said there were 2 factions, right? One of the leaders doesn't like me. She doesn't show it, but she's intentionally isolating me behind my back. So scary. Did you take her boyfriend or something? Of course not. Anyways, I'm surviving as a solo player for now, but I can't survive like this in future grades. With that skill, with just you, I might be able to survive. What a funny girl. I'm here. Dungeon Barrier Gangnam 12th location. That guy. I heard you well. Good luck. Won't contact me, right? You're not late. Teacher. Kong Junguk, Warrior High Grade 1 Class 1 Teacher, Melee Combat Instructor. Is something wrong? I'm still in a test, but there was a problem. In certain areas, monsters that don't live there have been spotted. Thankfully, there weren't any deaths, but some people said that carrying on the test was impossible and requested to be rescued. They were also in the area where you got the coin. Were there no problems during it? Yeah, there weren't any. I see. Alright. There was another guy. It's much bigger than the other. 101, Titan Ape, Adult, Danger Rank. Titan Ape, strange. It doesn't live anywhere near here. Did it get attracted by something? Is it? From that smell earlier. Gene serum. I said to back up behind me. Yes, yes. The teachers in the dungeon field are all former adventurers. They're usually all from Warrior High 2. Abandoned adventurers who couldn't continue due to injuries. Is what the people from the outside view them as. Fighter of Tyranny. In their early 20s. They received the title of Ranker. Can't do anything about daily use, but you were lucky, Gene Serum. That could have been very dangerous. Ah. Still. Thank goodness you're safe. Now, let's return. People tend to overlook things. Because the one teaching me is also a warrior. Warrior High Practical Base Camp. What about the ones who requested rescues? Retest. Ha. So aren't they lucky? The people who went there are all just weaklings. There's one coming as we speak. Go and wait over there. Once I check that everyone is here, confirm the numbers and change into uniform. Yes. Look, didn't I say that you'll be fine? At least your tact is fast. Anisha, but thank goodness, I was really worried for you. Oh really? I didn't think you'd be worried for me. Why would you say it like that? I'm sad. Sister. Years ago. You need to increase the output. I know you can go further. Zeke, Saram's uncle. Pay attention and stay focused. Jean Saram. Alright, that's enough. At least you've improved since last time. Only by a little, though. That's right. There we go. Anisha, Saram's uncle. Her looks aren't the only thing that's not like that of a mixed blood. She has the ability to wield magic better than most purebloods. Your cousin is a genius. If you want to continue on this path, you'll be compared to her forever. Well, being compared is the least of your worries. I suggest you be careful. I just don't understand. Why doesn't anyone want to be in the same party as you? With your skills, you should, if you're so curious. Why don't you try creating a party with me? Come on, I can't. Although I'd love to, both of us are ranged damage dealers. Maybe if we were on similar levels, but what's the point of having two people with the same role? Although I say it's for you, it's actually a hassle for others to handle. There's no need to worry though. I'm sure there's going to be a retest. I don't care about the rest. I passed the test. Impressive, you really did your best, didn't you? Just don't push yourself too much, sis. Okay. You'll be the one to inherit the company anyways. Stop struggling. Oh. The Guardian, is there something wrong? A relapse? The patient has an extremely rare condition. It might be the only case in the world. With our current medical technology, healing or improving his condition is impossible. The best you can do is suppress his pain with medication. Yes, well, the problem lies within the ingredients of the painkillers. The milk of an extremely dangerous monster is the only possible antidote at this stage. Sky Tiger, danger rank. I know it's rare, but I have the money isn't the issue. It seems that there's a new potion going around adventurers. It increases their strength and resistance for a long period of time with even a small dose. The ingredient for it is also the milk of the Sky Tiger. The Sky Tiger's milk used to be an ingredient you could get with enough money, since it was considered useless despite being precious. However, things are different now. Companies and adventurers have started to buy up stock. There's no way. You're telling me you can't find enough to save a dying person? That's not the issue though. The amount required to stop his symptoms is equivalent to the amount that's used to make 10 of those potions. I'm sure the government would get involved if there were enough patients that required it. But since there is only one patient in the entire world, there's no way they would give up that kind of profit. We'll do our best to do something, but besides the money, there's nothing much we can do without the ingredients. Is it a little too late? Oh, no. It's fine. Your offer. I don't think I have a choice but to accept. Is there a condition you had in mind? I might have to look into it, but I think that can work. You can get some. Yeah. My company's development team is producing that potion. The amount you need isn't that much either. This world. Huh. Don't worry about it. Then. I guess this is it. Yeah. Do you have time this Sunday? Sunday. There's nothing to lose in preparing ahead of time. Ha. You're early. How are you feeling? Well, not too bad. So, what are we doing here? We're here to measure your potential. After the world changed, humanity was given access to powers beyond their capabilities. Before the adhesion, the talent that normal humans had was D, excluding magic, strength, D agility, D stamina, D intelligence, D patience, D magic, D. In the past, you were considered a genius if you could get to rank C, strength, C. Anything beyond rank B was considered superhuman. Strength, B. Excluding magic, you need to be ranked C in the 5 categories. That's the bare minimum to become an adventurer. Gene serum strength, C agility, B stamina, C intelligence, B patience, A magic, D. You also have to be ranked B in at least 3 of them to be considered for warrior high. Yu Jaryong strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, patience, magic. It is when you're little, but it's a little more complicated after puberty. What's complicated about it? Ha. I should have known when she asked how I was feeling. Since we're already here, I might as well try my best. I've been curious for a while. About my potential. Whoa. He's really brave. Usually, people get scared before golems. He said he was preparing to transfer, so I guess he had the resolve. Jung Yeoman, golem expert, former adventurer Jinseong Group researcher. Haha, haha, well, yes. Then. Let's start. The talent test is usually done in the 6th to 7th year. The testee wears special equipment for detailed measurements. And push to their body's limit in various fields. Because of this, it's hard to measure. If they have amazing talent or have trained for a long time. Because it's difficult for them to reach their limit. That guy's physique is near professional as well. It won't be easy to push to his limit. But still, he should be tired by now. Ah. Serum. Yes. Didn't you say that your friend went to a normal high school, and that he couldn't go to a special high school because he failed admissions? I'm really curious. Just where did he fail with that talent? Even if the difficulty was lowered, that's a model used to train pros. He read the pattern by dodging a few times. And found an opening to counter it. He's insane. He's better than the average pro with his senses alone. Then the measurement. That's a bit complicated. That guy hasn't reached his limit yet. I have to raise the difficulty. But I think there's no point in raising it by 1 or 2 levels. Instead of safe mode, I think we have to put it to 100% power output. But Serum, you know it too, right? It's a felony to take off safe mode to someone who isn't a professional. But then, how can we measure his limit? I'm not sure. This is a first for me as well, then the only thing left is. I don't pay you to do that stuff. Director. Using the research lab without a report. Uncle. You usually don't come on Sundays. I trust that it was something that you're ready to accept imprisonment for. I'm the one who asked for this. You asked for this. So. Is that an excuse to cover my servant? Don't mistake yourself, Gene Serum. This is your father's place, not yours. There is nothing you can take responsibility for. The rumors about the director were true. Her maternal uncle. That was cold to only Sarum since she was young. Even though she didn't do anything wrong. It's the weekend too. Other adventurers that have connections to Jinxiang group use this place often. You in the first place. Hello. Is there a problem? Who is that? Someone on your level? That's just Sarum's friend. He failed all the admissions last year, but he wants to be an adventurer. And he also lost the measurement data. It's not like the cost is cheap either. She wanted to help a friend in need during his transfer. Alright. Director, by that, do you mean? You said the golems in the safe mode weren't enough. I'll go down and face him myself. What? Is something really wrong? Sometimes, although not very often. Battles happen amongst adventurers. When it's hard to find the limit of someone. Of course, in this case, the opponent is a few levels above the test taker. It's sudden, but I'll skip introductions. I don't have much time. What? What is this guy? Jaryong didn't know who he was facing. But his senses tingled faster than his head. Looks like you understood the situation. I'll be your opponent instead of the golems, so try your best. Back then. More than that human. It was a first. No matter how he looked at him, he was an opponent whom he felt he had no way of winning against. Come. There's no need to worry about my safety. Zeke Esker Sarum Jinxiang Group Director of Research, Jean Sarum's maternal uncle and Korea's 7th place ranker, a white class adventurer. Adventurers in the top 100 are called rankers and get a color based on their ranking. 76 to 100, 25 people red 51 to 75, 25 people blue 31 to 50, 25 people green 11 to 30, 20 people black 1 to 10, 10 people white. Colors are based on rankings, so when rankings get refreshed, promotions or demotions happen. I don't see a single opening. So I'll just have to make one myself. Jaryong's strategy was simple. A single strike with his full force behind it. Once the opponent dodged it, he'd attack using the created opening. You're much more frivolous than I thought. I just can't understand. 4. Are you doing this since this isn't the real thing? Or did you really think that it would work on me? Either way, it's quite an idiotic choice you've made. And you've even dropped your weapon despite not losing your consciousness. I've been patient and allowed you to make 2 idiotic mistakes, so I'm sure I've been lenient enough towards you. If you do something stupid one more time, I'll send you back right now. You would be better off if you quit your dreams of becoming an adventurer. I'm not sure why, but it seems you have some bad feelings for me. Alright, no worries. He's quickly approaching me again. It's the same pattern. A ranged attack to catch me off guard. Pretty standard. However, this isn't enough. I'm sure you're not satisfied. That was just the beginning. Not bad. Whoa. What is this? Is this just a battle between pros? And you're telling me that he didn't make it to any other school? Ha. Ha ha ha. Well. If I'm being honest though, it's not like he's perfect. What's wrong? Well. It's actually a detrimental weakness. In that sense, you're way better off in that department. Something that he lacks compared to me. He's fighting on equal grounds with Uncle. So what the hell is wrong with him? Oh my. He lost the lead. At the very least, you managed to keep control of your weapon. That should be a given. The chief really is something else. Although I know he's still holding back. There's no need to think much about your loss. It was obvious that you would have lost no matter what you did. However, the journey to accepting that loss is just pitiful. You lack basic training. Basics? His talent and battle sense are something else. However, his basics, his stance and basic understanding of attacking and defending, it's as if he's never had training his entire life. If I'm being honest, I'm a little disappointed. With that kind of talent, he could have been much stronger if he just had some basic training. I've never been taught before. I've seen plenty of people like you. Although you have the talent that everyone could wish for, you just don't put in any effort. That's not the case. I'll give you your numbers. However, I suggest that you give up. Someone as weak as you could get killed relying on that kind of talent. Seriously. I don't know why. It feels like, you've been talking overly harshly about me, or you hate lazy people. I intended that last blow to end things. I don't care about the results, let's just go one more round. I'll show you, the results of my effort. What's going on? Hey. I like that you're excited and all, but we got all the data we need. There's no need to fight anymore. You Jaryong. Can you hear me? Good job, we're done now. You can stop and get your results now. I don't know what you want, but it's pointless. The outcome won't change no matter how many times we fight. Shouldn't you be aware of that? Do you want me to acknowledge you or something? You did well, that's some tenacity, something like that. Not really. I'm just pissed off right now, so all you have to do is get beat up by me. The reason why he agreed to come was something else. Without a person to teach me, I had to start from zero to learn everything by myself. Thanks to his natural talent, he managed to fill the lack of basics and training. On top of that, thanks to his experience in the field, Jaryong was able to do whatever he wanted. Miraculous progress, however, Jaryong never thought that he was better than others. In reality, of the adventurers that he met, he was disappointed by the fakes that were actually weaker than him. I understand. I'll make sure to beat you so hard that you lose the will to be angry. Even by just pure talent, he might be a monster beyond his capabilities. By meeting someone he considers to be the real deal. His blood started boiling without him noticing. This is crazy. Why is the chief like that too? That stance, it's different from before. His posture and weight balance, he's not holding a staff stance. It's as if, he's a different person from before. What? Compared to before, it's simple and rough. However, there's not a single opening between his moves. I don't know who taught him, but this is amazing. There's an opening once he lands. I'll give you what you want. I'll meet it head on. A final strike. If you didn't use that unfitting staff skill of yours, you would have won if you had continued. Was that your last sign of pride? I just ran out. What I memorized, that was all I knew. I just ended up getting beat up even more. Well, even then. This isn't bad. Zeke Eskersarum, he's infamous among the highest rankers for his sharp attitude. Uncle. Quiet. The reason why no one could complain about it was because of his overwhelming skill. Don't worry. He'll be fine. I made sure to heal him of any injuries. You told me his name is Yu Jaryong. Huh? Yes. Oh, to think. Zeke Eskersarum, one of only 10 white class rankers in the entire nation. I'd meet his son here. And the greatest healer in Korea. Come on, if you were going to be late, send a text, would you? I could have gotten some coffee and relaxed somewhere. We're going to be late to the briefing again. Did you know? If we're late, people will just assume that it's my fault. Something came up. It took longer than I expected. I heard you were dueling with some kid. It must have been more than one kid, or... Huh? The thing on your cheek. Is that a cut? What would it be if it wasn't a cut? Oh. I just can't believe it. If he's getting ready to join the school, he'd be 16, he's 17. Looks like he's trying to join Warrior High this winter. Winter? I do remember there being a recruiting then, but I don't think anyone's passed during the 3 years I attended. Well, I'm sure that kid has a chance. He doesn't even have an ID yet, but he already managed to cut Zeke Eskersarum's face. The young ones are getting really scary. I need to be on guard. That's funny. Comparing people to elves isn't reasonable, but I'm sure there's no difference between the two of you. Come on, of course there'd be a difference. Kang Jianho, South Korea, ranked 19th, black class adventurer, Korea's #1 attack squad leader of NICS. I'm sure I have the edge on him. Both in age and in talent. Age, 21 years old, graduated from Warrior High School 1 year, 7 months ago. I've never seen this car before. You bought another one? Hey, don't change the topic. I ordered it a while ago, and it just arrived. I don't use my money much anymore. How much is it? 3.5 billion. I can't hear you. All my injuries are healed. I'm not in pain either. You're awake. What the hell were you thinking? Did you really think that you could win? Not really. I just got angry all of a sudden. He was the one that started it too. Started what? There's no way, why would Uncle try to fight you? Uncle? He's your uncle. Yeah, on my mom's side. Huh, okay. Looks like you have a good relationship with him. I could tell from how he treated you. Hey, what are you talking about? It's just as I said. I'm sure he was worried that a weird guy was trying to take advantage of his niece. Well, he had all the right to be worried. Uncle isn't like that. He's such a stern person. Yeah. Sure. Oh, you're awake. Does it hurt anywhere? No. I'm fine. Right? I'm sure it would have healed any previous injuries too. Our chief might not seem like it, but he's the country's greatest healer. Healer. He was that overwhelmingly strong, but that wasn't even his main role. Anyways, that's a relief. We got your results back. Here. Yu Jaryong, 17, birthday, September 13, 20XX, Donggang High School. Strength, B, Intelligence, C, Stamina, A, Magic, D, Agility, A, Patience, B. Is this good? Shut up, you idiot. Is he really getting ready to join the school? However, you need a balance of stats. Stamina, C, Agility, C. It doesn't matter that your agility is high if you don't have enough stamina. Stamina, D, Agility, B. Even with high strength, you can't bring out your true potential with just stats in strength. Strength, A, Agility, D. Even normal people have some stats with AC rank or above. Things get different when you have more than two though. Strength, Stamina, and Agility. People with AC rank for the three main stats are considered 1 in 10,000. From a normal human's perspective, they're able to play their role as a combatant. If all three stats are B, then you're 1 in 500,000. Even just having those stats would put you among the best of adventurers. But he has a B in strength and an A in the rest. Not only is he balanced, but his raw stats are also insane. Even within the first years of the dungeon raid department, he'd be on the same level as that monster. What the hell was he expecting? Should I tell you something interesting? The chief you just fought with. He doesn't have a single stat that's above an A. Stats are just your innate talent. It doesn't represent your current skill. Even with the best of stats, there won't be a difference between an A and a D if you don't train. Things that can't be measured, whether or not the skills you use suit you, your battle sense, and your experience. Although this might seem cruel, I've seen plenty of adventurers that have made up that gap through pure determination. Thank you for the story. I'm not disappointed or anything. I just don't have an understanding of this stuff. But there's someone that I know. Compared to him, I still have a long ways to go. Really? That isn't common. He must be really famous. Well, maybe. Anyways, we're done for today. Good work. We can meet up next weekend and... Huh? Are you leaving already? While you're here, why not visit the production department? Oh. I don't know anyone within the production department like you. There's no way that uncle would approve of that either. What do you mean? The chief already approved of it. What? He said that before he left. When he gets up, take him to the equipment production department. Tell them that he's my guest. And get them to make a weapon that suits him. Don't worry about the cost. Ability stats, numbers that represent your innate growth potential and efficiency of training. Even with the same amount of training, the degree of improvement and power cap is different for everyone. Without effort and growth, there is no point in ability stats. Although there is a limit on how strong you can become, it takes a long time and plenty of effort to reach that point. Ability stats are innate. And there are no ways to change them. However, there have been cases where they change due to bone-grinding efforts or precious medicines. Ability stat requirements for an adventurer license. If you have a rank E in any of the 6 ability stats, excluding magic, it is impossible to earn an adventurer's license. 1. If all 5 stats excluding magic are above a C. 2. If there are 2 or more stats excluding magic above a B. 3. If magic is above a C+, exceptions, even if the ability stats do not fulfill the requirements, in cases where individuals have plenty of experience, knowledge, or a special talent, they may receive special approval from the association and receive a license. Equipment. High-quality weapons and armor are the dream of every adventurer. Even if the adventurer is extremely talented. When the quality of a weapon is subpar, it will not be able to withstand the power of its owner. Therefore, as an adventurer's skill increases, equipment of higher quality will be required for them to use their skills at will. Well, I guess I can understand that. I should be thankful if it's free. But do I really need equipment right now? What are you saying? Of course. Warrior High is still a school. Won't we be given usable equipment by Warrior High anyways? Yes, he's planning on joining Warrior High. All of this is my fault. If we were talking about a normal adventurer institution, you'd be right. In order to give students an even playing field, each school implements different regulations on the equipment that can be used. Is that not the case for Warrior High? Wouldn't they have the most funds? It's not that we don't have enough funds. Our school is just built upon different ideals. There's bound to be differences in talents and abilities, and obtaining good equipment is an ability in itself. That's why students are required to bring their own equipment to school. Then all that talk about abilities. Doesn't this system favor people born into wealthy families? If you're saying that being rich is a part of your abilities, well, you're not exactly wrong on that. However, it's possible for students to get good equipment even if they don't have the money. The fact that you made it to Warrior High means you are considered a first-class adventurer. In other words, that means you also have the potential to become a star. Don't you think there would be people willing to invest in your talent? Once you join Warrior High, plenty of companies that have enough funds will start to be interested in you. They're interested in potential modeling gigs or a percentage of your earnings after graduating. They have plenty of offers in exchange for funds. I received a scholarship from the Jinseong Group. On top of that, I got a guaranteed job as a researcher until retirement. Haha. Anyways, that's what it means to join Warrior High. There are plenty of opportunities to prove yourself amongst your peers. However, you'll have to pass the test first. Got it? The transfer exam is harder than the normal entrance exam. You'll have to prepare for it as much as possible, which includes obtaining new equipment. That's why the chief decided to help you get prepared. Since I've already told them the details, you just have to go to the underground refinery. See ya. Good luck with everything. I hope you get into our school. That could have been bad. Huh? What do you mean? It looks like you didn't know your uncle would help. The more I hear about the transfer test, the more it seems that people are doing everything they can to get ready. Yeah, of course they are. That's why I was planning on helping you by spending my own money. I don't know why, but that facial expression pisses me off. Anyways, that's good to hear. No matter how much money you have, the most important thing is who you ask to create your equipment for you. The Jinseong Group's production department is considered one of the best in the world. You have arrived at the forge. Well, there can't be that much of a difference when it comes to equipment. Jinseong Group Research Facility Underground Blacksmith, also previously known as the Dungeon Boiling Abyss. How is it? This isn't a place where you can just pay to ask for equipment to be made. Zeke. He dares wake me up during my weekend nap. And yet he decides to not even come down himself. Don't worry. He's the team leader of the production department. Well, you're not exactly wrong. Production department team leader, and monster. From the perspective of you humans, you aren't wrong. Thunderhammer Argeus species, Elder Titan Republic of Korea eligible for special naturalization. So, who's the human that Zeke mentioned? Is it the little kid standing on edge? Or Zeke's niece? Now that I think about it, long time no see. Well, they sent the data and battle footage from upstairs. Huh. Data this and footage that, it's all just nonsense from humans. I don't care about any of that. Huh. That stuff is taken care of by my subordinates. Have a good weekend, but they didn't come to work today. Then, well, that doesn't matter. Since Zeke asked that I personally take care of this, shall we begin? Kid, is what you're holding your main weapon? Well, yes. Alright. Try to hunt me, kid. Huh. What do you mean? I don't know about humans, but this is a given among my species. Unless they prove that they are worthy of my blood, sweat, and tears, I won't make a weapon for him. It seems that he's a little different from the other young ones though. Eyes acquainted to the hunt and a repressed yet refined sense of a warrior's hostility. Alright then, why don't you try beating me? Hey, wait. You should know by now. I never back down on offers like this. Thud. There's no way. Where did you get a weapon like this? Jaryong was confused. He was sure his strike made contact with the Titan. The sharpest needle. Of course, there were plenty of monsters that he couldn't defeat in one strike. However, what Jaryong was experiencing was a complete wall. Forget about his strength, it felt like he was hitting something that wasn't alive. The monster he was faced with, just what exactly was he? That idiot, he really did it this time. There was another reason why Sarum was worried. All monsters are designated their danger rank with stars. Mantis fly danger rank. If a monster is designated 1 star, it means that they are beings capable of killing humans. Danger rank 1 star. Most monsters at that rank are able to be defeated by a normal adult male with a weapon. Cluster Raptor danger rank 2 stars. They are able to be defeated by trained military personnel armed with guns. Titan Ape, juvenile, danger rank 3 stars. They are able to be defeated by armed troops with armored weapons. Danger rank 4 stars, Democula's danger rank. Due to the high potential for human casualties, all ground troops are told to focus on civilian evacuation and preventing further damage. After evacuating, they're defeated using long-range artillery and bombing strikes. However, the upper limit of what the military can handle is at most threats ranked at 4 stars. Any danger threat over 5 stars are on the level that modern military forces aren't able to handle. Even if they are able to defeat it, it would take an extraordinary amount of firepower, and result in irreversible damages. That's why in order to reduce losses, those who can handle these monsters are sent. An attack squad made up of the best adventurers would be necessary. Then, where'd you get that weapon from? Did it hurt more than you thought it would? Why so many questions about my weapon? Suggest you think long and hard about your response. Since I made the weapon myself. So, let me ask you one last time. Why is that weapon in your hands and not the person that I made it for? If Arjesh made it himself, the weapon itself should be ranked at least A+. So it should have been documented in the association database as soon as it was created, along with the information regarding its ownership and exact location. It's not a weapon that a smuggler can obtain with ordinary means. Don't tell me that he stole it from someone, or could it be that? I don't want to tell you, no, what if I told you I have no reason to tell you? Stupid. I understand. I'll take that into consideration. The only thought that came into Jeryong's mind was death. Dodging the attack would be impossible. If that was the case, how would he block the attack? The needle? No, there's no weakness in that hand of his. The swell? Not only would it not do anything, but he'd also be dead if he tried to absorb the attack. The law of force is cold. When it comes to two forces ramming head-on into each other, the force that was bigger and stronger would always win. However, what if it wasn't head-on? With a precise calculation of the angle and location. Even if you can't win, it's possible to redirect the direction of the force. That was Jeryong's final weapon. He parried it. An attack from a 7-star monster. The only weakness that I can utilize is if I strike his eyes using the needle. I understand. I'm sure that he looks plenty suspicious in your eyes. However, even if that's the case, I'm sure you don't have the right to attack humans without knowing all of their circumstances. I'm sure you know already. Excluding situations where you are personally in danger, special naturalized species cannot hurt humans. If the rule is broken, the subject on hand will lose their status as a naturalized species and will be treated as a monster. Don't worry. I understand clearly. Are you okay? I know why that kid has the weapon made. Zeke, so that's why he woke me from my sleep. Allow me to apologize. You have the right to have that weapon. I'll be sure to repay you for my mistake. Just now. It's been 30 years since that time that I've gotten an injury. What is he talking about? What does he mean? What right? Do you know why I work for you humans now? Wasn't it because of the Gabyuk attack squad that hunted you 30 years ago? That's wrong. Is that how that story is known by humans? They didn't even manage to touch me. The one who hunted me was a single human. He managed to cut off my arm and even had the chance to take my life, but he decided not to. Yeah. Kid. Elder Titan. They were the strongest race among the giants. An almost endless lifespan. There weren't many, with the number of known Elder Titans on Earth only 10. While their pure physical abilities were beyond human comprehension. What they were most known for, was their ability as equipment creators. Creating equipment with special powers, or artifacts, was an ability that all Elder Titans were innately born with. The only other species that had this ability were the dwarves. However, unlike the Elder Titans, the dwarves decided to coexist amongst the humans. Years ago. During the arduous subjugation operation of the Gabiuk attack squad. Colossus B. Argius's automatic dull potential danger rank. Are communications with headquarters still down? Yeah. Oh Sunga, Team 9 of Gabiuk attack squad. All magic communication lines have been down. There must be some interference that's blocking our signal. Kim Youngmo, Team 9 of Gabiuk attack squad. He's coming. Park Jongman, Team 9 of Gabiuk attack squad, team leader and tanker. Get ready for impact. This is impossible. Everything was completely out of their expectations. Gabiuk attack squad. They were considered one of the best dungeon subjugation squads. However, in the boiling abyss, the dungeon of the Elder Titan Argius, they were at a complete loss. We've already had to deal with 7 of them. Even if we run away, or we barely defeat them, another one keeps appearing. The other team, if the main team is like us. Get out. What? You should know. It's going to be hard for all of us to get out alive. Use all remaining energy and increase all physical capabilities. Once the skill's active time is over, the user will be incapacitated. Skill, Shield Slam. Team Leader. If you use potential trigger now. I told you. We're not all making it out. Or I won't be able to defeat him with the energy I have left. But I should be able to buy you some time to run away. Well, you never know. Maybe I still have a chance. What's this? That moment, are there still bugs you haven't gotten rid of yet? No, they instinctively knew they wouldn't be able to live. If I run straight at him, I should be able to buy some time. Inferior. The trash that you call your equipment, and the body that holds it. There isn't a single thing that isn't inferior. These are the beings who claim this world as theirs. It seems that this world is bound to be doomed. It seems that you have loyalty, though. Heartwarming to see. Even if it has no meaning. I have no choice. How am I supposed to deal with a monster that even the team leader couldn't beat? That's why I told you this place isn't safe. If we collect information little by little, we can team up and increase our chances. What's the point of being the first to clear the dungeon? Who? We received your distress signal, so the association sent out a rescue team. I'm one of the volunteers. Yu Song, 32 years old at the time. Oh. I had on a chest plate that I recently got, but it was a lot heavier than I thought. It was pretty cheap. Don't tell me you're here by yourself. Well, I'm the only one that managed to get here. They are pretty tough. There were plenty of them before. How many more are there? At the time, Yu Song was still an unnamed adventurer that wasn't known by many yet. Although adventurers of the first generation had heard about him before, rather than focusing on honor and accomplishments, he focused on rescuing others, resulting in his lack of fame. However, this event was the start of everything. That's one of them. That's when. Looks like the other one might be a little harder to deal with. The world learned who Yusung was. No way. We barely defeated that monster even with our entire team. But with one blow. Hey, magician. Do you still have some mana left? Huh. I don't have much, but I should be able to buff you. I don't need buffs. Do you know how to use levitation spells? Use it to take those two back up. They're still breathing and alive. Go back up, you say. You talk as if you can make it out alive. Of course. I won't let you touch those kids without my permission. Years after the adhesion, most adventurers were met with a wall. The newly unlocked potential as a result of the adhesion allowed them to approach the level of superhumans. The technology used to develop equipment quickly improved as well, in order to better suit their stats. However, unlike the developments in stats and equipment, their adventurer's execution was still lacking. The solution lay in human development. A new martial art completely separate from common logic. At the time, only a few saw the necessity for it, and began to research and develop it. Yu Song was one of those people. He won. I can tell that you're different from the other ones. You know how to utilize what was given to you. If the weapon that you're holding was able to hold up to even half your strength, the situation would be different. While this was mentioned constantly, Yu Song had yet to make a name for himself at this point in time. Well, this isn't the first time this has happened. He wasn't able to buy what was considered the best equipment at that time. Your skill to block and redirect attacks, it's one of the best among all the humans I've seen. However, the axe that you hold is inferior to those that I've seen other humans wield. Even if you manage to redirect my attacks, your axe is bound to take damage. This is the end. He didn't redirect my attack, but instead blocked it head-on. That was the origin of the skill that Jaryon would later learn, that was the origin of Swell. A skill that utilizes the strength of the opponent's attack by rebounding it back. However, when it came to the user's physical strength, experience, and execution, the skill was on a completely different level. The martial art of a hero. Well, I'm sure this is a pretty well-known story among humans. The herd finally defeated the monster. Back then, to the strike of the hero whom you call father. The monster in me died. The moment I lost, my life wasn't mine anymore, but your father's. However, your father decided not to kill me. The dungeon clear attempt that the Gaebyuk attack squad was about to fail was completed by a sole member of the rescue squad. It was a completely ridiculous ending to a grand story. However, the important part of the story starts after that. Elder Titans. While they may die, they would never bow their head down to those they consider to be inferior. And yet, Argius made up his mind and asked for time and to be exiled by the humans. Yeah, I remember because it was such a big deal. The entire world was shocked. Eventually, he was issued his citizenship. The fact that he didn't kill anyone helped. Although he did injure a lot of people. However, it doesn't change the fact that he committed crimes. In order to pay for his crimes, he was given the task of working here in the equipment department. But the fact that the Argius dungeon was cleared by a single person. It's completely different from what I learned. That staff right there was what I made to honor him. Although your father never asked for it. I deemed that he was worthy of wielding a weapon like that. I've never heard about this before. Although it was pretty solid, I thought it didn't have any special properties. That's why the debt collectors decided to leave it too. Well, you're not wrong. The only thing it's good at is hitting people with blunt force. It's pretty simple. You should know, shouldn't you? Did your father even use a staff like that as his weapon? I was originally going to create an axe for him. I was going to complete it once your father got me the material to create the blade. However, I lost communication with your father at one point. And since I wasn't able to leave this place, I decided to send what I had completed to your father. Although I'm not aware of the details, it seems that I won't be able to complete the weapon for your father. But this isn't bad. Give me the incomplete weapon. I'll finish it for you. A masterpiece, not for your father, but for you. How are you feeling? Well, I feel fine. It seems like he was making sure everything was fine on the last one too. I don't know how long this will take, but I'll try my best to make it as quick as possible. I suggest you be patient and wait. You see, masterpieces are made with time and effort. This Wednesday is a holiday, do you have time then? I was wondering if we could do some practice for the written test together. And maybe even take a practice test. Well, that should be fine. By the way, your father, he must have been an amazing person. I never would have thought your father was the one who cleared that dungeon. Is he in the hospital to get some rest after retiring? I'll go ahead first. You don't need to worry about me. I just need some time to think alone for a while. All right. Case summary, August 23, 20XX, the Gabiuk attack squad cleared the dungeon Boiling Abyss. Although there were some minor issues with proper investigation and preparation, the 5 individuals who led the charge successfully captured the owner of the dungeon, Argius. Yeah, this is what I learned. But if what Argius said was true. The 5 adventurers from the Gabiuk attack squad are considered legends by today's standard, but they stole the accomplishments of another adventurer. Although I can't believe this, there's no reason for Argius to lie. And if I take into consideration Jeryeong's skills, it's plausible that his father was someone incredibly strong. There were plenty of events like this in the past. After all, there's no way to know what happens inside dungeons. The famous event, Fake Dragon Slayer Yusong. While he was skilled and considered one of the best adventurers within Korea, it was proven that all of his accomplishments were the results of false accounts and blackmail. I remember the case was brought up when Yusong personally revealed the details after being injured. Wait. Yusong was once considered the hero that solved the case of the fake dragon slayer. While there were some accounts that Yusong personally defeated Argius by himself, it was proved later on by the Gabiuk attack squad that it was false. Currently, Argius is a researcher for the Korean government. The length of his sentence was reduced, but given his uncommon talent as an Fu. But how? Does that mean that Jeryeong's father? Your practical test scores have been released. Please take a look and confirm. More. Warrior High Dungeon Raid Department, thank you for your hard work. Asia, you haven't been able to get any rest during the weekend because of me. Australia, I'm so sorry, Mr. Kong. Teacher for Warrior High Room 1-2, Magic Instructor. Don't worry. It's your first year as a teacher, and it's important for me to take a look at the first-year students anyways. Seriously, everything is beyond my expectations. Not only the work as a teacher but also the fact that the level these kids are performing on is incomparable to when I was here. Did you expect any of this? The fact that first place in the practical would go to that child. I don't think it's an easily predictable result. Really. Currently, in the first years of Warrior High, there are 3 students considered geniuses within their class. Coincidentally, all 3 of them are half-bloods. First, Diav Choi, inheriting the talent as a swordsman from his father, a current white-class adventurer. Along with the magical prowess of his elven mother. He's the perfect magic swordsman. Second, Anisha Eskersaram. Despite being a half-blood, she has a mana pool and mana control greater than most full-blood elves. She's considered to be able to easily reach the levels of grand magicians. And third, a boy born between a human and a dwarf. The strength and durability of a dwarf with the flexibility and reflexes of a human. Possessing the body with only the advantages of those 2 species. Tyr Velkason, Korean name, Suk Cholkang, within Warrior High, no, considered to possess the greatest physical body in the world, and first in the second semester midterm. But doesn't the first place in the practical usually go to one of the 2 cliques? Even if the test was much easier, it's hard to think that he took first as a solo adventurer. I'm sure that doing it solo gave him more points. Physicality isn't the only thing that he has. To be honest, that's why I'm worried for him. I wish he could do more. He has the talent and the ability to be a great leader. But it doesn't seem like Cholkang really has any interest in getting to know the other students. Not just the kids in the dungeon raid department, even the kids in the other departments are scared to get close to him. You should know. In the future, no, even in the second year, there's a limit to what you can do alone. It would be nice if he had a friend that can understand him. I'm not sure who can be that friend for him. I don't think that's a problem you have to be that worried about. There are plenty of times when there are things going on that we don't notice. Although I understand that there's no limit to how much you can worry for your students. If you believe in him rather than worrying, I'm sure he'll do something for himself. 4 days later, Wednesday 11:30 a.m., Italian pasta bar, crispy chicken. Did that person really say that? What the foo? I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else, and didn't see you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Why am I this unlucky? The child missed his mother. Whoa, is tteokbokki really that good? Of course. Although I can't make it since I can't cook. Suk Yu-bin, known for her accomplishments in Northern Europe as a famous Korean adventurer. And as a result, Cholkang naturally grew an admiration for the Korean culture and people. Thanks to these living circumstances, and the natural talent that Cholkang has. After passing the special transfer test. The only issue was that, the child was extremely introverted. Although I want to talk to them. Fact about introverts, even if they know how to speak a foreign language, talking to others as a foreigner is not an easy task. I hate my personality. Phew. Sorry for being so loud. You were too loud, you idiot. What did I? After the first semester had passed. Cholkang had unintentionally become a lone wolf. Do you have a spot? Why would it be full in the morning? I went to karaoke and PC bangs with my friends. We played games and ordered tons of food. How do you do this? Ah, so when are you coming? Why are you late when you were the one who suggested this? Seriously? Fine, just hurry up. Am I holding up the line? I'll just leave. There's no point being here alone anyways. You don't register to be a member here. You only charge your account here. You register over there, okay? Do you know Korean? Follow me. I'll show you how to register. You don't have to fill out all of it. All you need to do is fill out spaces where there's a asterisk and click complete registration after you've filled them all out. Once you've finished registering, you can pay at the machine in the front. Pick a seat, log in, and you're done. Thank you. Phew, don't worry about it. Have fun. A foreigner. He seems to speak Korean, but he acts as if he's never been to a PC bang before. But seriously, where is Jean Serum today? I'll be there at 2:30. I'm so sorry. If I knew this would happen, I would have come here later. Or rather, I should have just gone to the black market first. What's this? Item. It was in the chest with the royal jelly. I was wondering what it was. It feels pretty smooth. I don't think it's something to eat, though. Well, I guess I'll get it appraised when I have the time. For now, I better avoid selling anything related to the Imperial Wasp. This would be better to sell if I needed cash now. Item, and kills blood. One of the 3 great disasters within the Agar jungles. Tyrant of the land and kill. Over the past couple of decades, even though there were endless numbers of attack squads created and sent to hunt down and kill, there hasn't been a single squad that succeeded in subjugating it. The best that they've managed to do is collect a couple of loose scales, and an extremely small amount of blood. As such, after the government forbid the hunting of and kill, items related to the beast became worth fortunes beyond comprehension. I was going to meet up with her for lunch and then go to the black market at night, but this messes things up. There weren't any other spots. Introverts, they worry about things that they don't have to. Well, it's noon on a weekend. Just go ahead. I don't have anyone else coming anyways. There aren't any special games that you can play here. The computer at my place has better specs too. Huh. Are you playing Heroes of Chaos? Huh. Yeah, you're around the same rank as me. You can decline if you want, but all the people I usually play with aren't on right now. If you're playing ranked, do you want a duo? Within some small regions in Seoul, there are abandoned pieces of land called scars. During the adhesion, large areas that can only be described as entire cities were destroyed. While plenty of them were restored with time, areas closer to dungeons were left alone. The abandoned areas between the walls that surround the dungeons and cities also serve a purpose. In case of situations where monsters manage to get over the walls, they can act as a second protective measure. Gate S11, requesting permission to enter. Confirmed. You may go ahead. There haven't been many cases where monsters have managed to leave the walls by their own will. MGX 877 medium-size monster transport special vehicle security. I always regret being here when I do this. All of my friends are earning tons hunting down monsters, and I'm here, driving and doing nothing, this again. If you hate it so much, just quit and go back to the field. What are you doing here in the first place? You barely got your license, and you don't have the skills to get a decent party together. Isn't the reason that you're worried about not earning enough money the reason you're here? There's no need to hit me with facts like that. I was just complaining. What was that? Don't tell me the monster in the back escaped, there's no way. Tell headquarters that we stopped to check on the vehicle. Yes, she ordered me to stop to do a quick check on the vehicle. Yes. What if something really happened? Forget it, I'm sure she'll be fine. If it wasn't for her injury, she could have easily become a ranker. Good work. Although her reflexes were good for a government worker, is she really working for the government? I'm sure there's a reason why she's not in the field, no. So this is the list of the guys in the back. Hey. What are you still doing there? Let's go, if you don't want to die. Huh, amazing. Victory continue. The timing for our food is perfect too. It's good, right? They're really good at cooking. The owner here is amazing. I didn't know you were the same age as me, though. I'm not saying you look old, it's just that you're tall and big. Where do you go to school? Ah, well. What the hell? An earthquake? Doesn't it sound like something exploded? Crazy, are you serious? He must have been driving after drinking in broad daylight. How do you even manage to ram the truck in like this? Hey, shouldn't we call the authorities first? There are plenty of people, so I'm sure someone already called. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I was hoping I could do this in the middle of Gangnam. Huh? You want me to come back? I didn't even get to see anything. Adventurers are going to flock to the area once the alarms go off. But I'm confident I won't get caught. Fine, alright. Oh, and don't worry. I made sure that I woke all of them up. Horned horror, the number of horns increases based on their growth. Their danger class drastically changes depending on the number of their horns. Hey, who bet on 50 people? I bet that they'll kill at least 100 people before the rescue squad arrives. Ah, no. Coffee. What are you doing? Run, now. These guys. I've seen them a couple of times. Horned horror. Although the one-horned ones shouldn't be that hard to deal with. Ha. You've gotta be kidding me. The average lifespan of a horned horror is 5 to 6 years. Most of them tend to die before they even get to grow another horn. However, about 8% of the population grow a second horn, gain the ability to repopulate, a longer lifespan, and strength beyond anything that would be considered normal. Although they're fast and strong, they're not something I can't handle. If I have to, I should be able to defeat them. The problem is their durability. Compared to the old man that claimed to be a great tank, they're 3 to 4 times tougher. Forget about a weapon, headgear, empty armor, empty accessories, empty weapon, empty shoes, empty. If only I had some equipment that I use for work. Horned horror, 2 horns, danger rank. Do not enter. Don't enter. Okay. What? What are you doing? Let's. When it comes to the danger rank of the monster, the gap between 2 and 3 stars is large. But when it comes to their destructiveness, they're both monsters that are beyond human comprehension. Normal humans would have no choice but to be slaughtered by them. But even if a skilled adventurer were to deal with them, there's a limit to what they can do without any equipment or supportive magic. The only exception. are those who train their inhuman physiques to the max, the best of the tankers. I managed to push him off with pure strength, but I won't be able to damage a 3-star monster like that without any equipment. That bastard is starting to piss me off. Where the hell do you think you're looking at? They managed to do this much damage in just a minute. It'll take at least a couple more minutes before rescue comes. Although the emergency alarm went off, since no one expected this to happen, people are dying as we speak, and they'll get hurt. Cholkang knows to use taunting call. A basic skill that any tanker should know. They scream at a higher frequency, attracting the attention of all nearby monsters. As someone dreaming to become an adventurer, Cholkang had already made up his mind. He'll attract the attention of the horde to himself until the rescue squad comes. For now, go inside the building, but how can he ask for the boy that he just met to risk his life with him? All that they've done is play video games for a couple of hours with each other. Scream. You're a tanker, right? That thing, the thing where you scream. You can attract the attention of the monsters with that. But, it'll be dangerous, you were planning on doing it when you were alone anyways. Don't act like you weren't. Well, if it was just me, I would have contemplated my choices. But I'm not alone, am I? You're pretty good at games, especially when it comes to protecting others. Also, I didn't mean to, but I'm acting as if I'm an adventurer. This doesn't feel too bad. If I'm going to do it, let's try my best. We don't have time to chat like this. Let's go. Chicken. Huh? What was that? Two of them have 2 horns. What's going on? They're collecting the dead people, in the truck. That was the reason why there weren't that many dead bodies on the streets. If we use ordinary methods, I don't think we stand a chance. We're both close-range fighters. Not only do we not have any ranged support, but we don't even have any equipment. In our current situation, rather than helping each other, we might actually set each other back. That's why we need to gain advantages wherever we can. I'll take the bulk of the weaker ones since I'm a tank. You can take the stronger ones since you're the damage dealer. Compared to the needle, it's a lot weaker. If it was what I used to use, things here would have already been over. With ordinary metals like this, there's not much I can do. While it won't be the same. I got a grasp on it just now. But just like clothes soaked in rain, they were slowing down my movements, little by little. Even the smallest of mistakes can cost my life, the worst of conditions. But, just like how he had done things in the past, Jaryong took that as a chance. In order to grow stronger, one step at a time. After father, this is the first time he has met someone that strong. From that experience, the fourth skill. Harpoon Rain. Versus 1. I don't think that's the fairest, but I guess I don't have a choice. It's not like I'm fighting a fair fight against humans or something. Right? Well, I guess good team luck is a skill too. Amazing. The two of them managed to defeat dozens of horned horrors without any equipment. I can't believe I managed to record that. I'm glad I decided to stay behind and got to see this. Cho Dong-yoon, 23, college student, Dungeon Research Club president. The hell you mean? You were too scared to run away. But seriously, who the hell are those two? They look younger than us too. Kim Chang-hyun, college student, Dungeon Research Club member. Looking at the sheer number of danger ratings, they're skilled enough to be ranked gold. They must be students at Warrior High or super rookies that haven't made their name yet. Anyways, that's not important. Can you use the laptop to make a simple thumbnail? You're trying to upload this now. It'll be too late once news of this gets released. At the very least, I can see the video getting a few million. No, at least a few dozen million views. I was expecting the rescue squad to come earlier. But the two of us really managed to defeat all of them. Sorry to bother you when you're looking all cool and everything. But can you give me a hand? Are you okay? If I'm being honest, I think I'm leaning more towards no. Maybe a couple of fractures here and there. Compared to what I was expecting, this isn't too bad. That was amazing, to think you'd be able to defeat the two of them. What the hell, you took care of 9 of them. You even helped take care of those 2 with me. No. Mine were all ranked 2 stars. Hey Jaryong, where do you go to school? I guess rumors are different from reality. I was told that schools in Korea weren't anything to take note of. Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to call your school bad or anything, but I heard other people talk about it. He must be from Warrior High too. Seeing his skills, there's no way he isn't. Hey, how high are you ranked? Huh? In your school, how many people your age are stronger than you? I'm not sure. At school, I haven't gotten too close to anyone yet. Although I did take a couple of tests, I don't think it has to do much with my actual skill. Around the middle. At least, that's what I think. That's lower than I thought. What if I get rejected before I can do anything? Anyways, that. Is it just planning on standing around like that? It seems like that one was the only one who didn't get attracted by your taunt skill. How? Is there something different about that one? I don't think the horned horror on top is what's special. But what's still in the truck that is? For now, I think we should just keep watch over it. We can easily take care of a one-horned horror before he can cause any damage. Is it being eaten right now? Horned horrors are among many species that live in a tribal society. Those with two horns act as a parent and as chief, leading a horde of around 10 of them. They combine with other tribes, leading them to reproduce and increase their numbers. However, there is a limit to this kind of increase in population. Within the cruel environment of the dungeons, the horned horrors are at the bottom of the food chain. Thanks to stronger predators, their numbers are maintained. However, there are rare occasions where a mutant defies the odds and develops 3 horns. Not a leader of a small tribe, but a king that leads an army of hundreds, if not thousands. Horned horror, Rex danger rank, estimated. Unstopping. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yusong lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Saram was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yusung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yusung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gabyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yusong lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Saram was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gaebyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yu Sung lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Saram was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gaebyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yu Sung lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Sarum was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gaebyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yu Sung lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Sarum was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gaebyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yu Sung lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Sarum was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gaebyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. and during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yusom lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Saram was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gabyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yusom lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Saram was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gabyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yusom lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Saram was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gabyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. If there was something we lacked, it was time. These were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, that wasn't true in their current states. Resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. Even if they bring out everything that had. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Don't do it. You bastard. Current day. Before the man named Yusom lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And in this world, there isn't a single person that knows exactly. 2 years ago, one man made a confession at a press conference. I'd like to take this chance to confess all of the mistakes that I've made up until now, and ask for forgiveness from the public. That shook the entire world. Sigh. Hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Saram was stuck in confusion. Why? The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts. The suspect of the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, has falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. While there are accounts that Yu Sung had defeated Argius on his own and without the help of the Gabyuk attack squad, new reports suggest otherwise. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government. And during his time in the country. As a result, she spent the next 2 days reviewing records of the past. It has the worst physical defense capabilities. However, thanks to the ease of being able to cast supportive spells on cloth, it's usually used for healers and magicians in the back line. Second is metal. While its toughness is second to none. It's heavy. Given that the metals from the dungeons have higher density the stronger the metal is, it's impossible to withstand the sheer weight without incredible strength and stamina. The middle point is leather. It's not too heavy, but still solid enough. It's best for close-range damage dealers like you. Well, I guess I should consider using armor from now on. Hey, how did you defeat it? Huh? The horned horror. You, no, how did the 2 of you defeat all of them? Someone took a video. You can just watch that. The video didn't record the entire thing. All it showed was you taking down the single-horned and double-horned horrors. It didn't record the scene of you fighting the 5-star. It was a 5-star. I could tell, it was too strong for me to understand. Even if Cholkang and I were perfectly ready, we would have never been able to beat it. What was that power? Why aren't you saying anything? How did you beat it? Not sure. It just happened. I really can't explain it any other way. How does that make sense? Even professional adventurers have to create a team to defeat that. I don't think he's lying to me though, he really managed to beat that thing. Geniuses are something else. Anyways, be careful. Things are going to be tiring from now on. Yeah, I could tell from just seeing the reporters. It's not just the reporters. I don't think you understand, the two of you are the center of everyone's attention. For reference, his identity was exposed. He had to interview for 4 days straight, and he even got casted for a couple of TV shows. Especially since his hair color pops. During that whole time, he avoided talking about you. Even if they were asking the simplest thing like, what's his name, he refused to share without your permission. Let me ask, for one favor. What happened here, what we did, if anyone asks for the details, just say you don't know what happened. Having my identity exposed like that. I'd rather avoid it. Okay. I'll be sure to do that. When did you get close to each other? Don't know. Anyways, try to stay low until you can take the transfer test. Manager saw the news. Are you alive? Give me a text when you're awake. I'll take care of your father for the time being. Is there a reason why I have to lay low until the test? I'm fine. Manager, where are you? Just got out of the hospital. Can we talk tonight? I need to speak with you. I've been looking into the transfer test for you, right? But the more I read into it, the harder I think it is. The chances of making it in the last 5 years have been 100:1, in the case that someone did pass. Well, aren't there a lot of people who take it just for the sake of it? They're all people worse than you anyways. Since you made it. Oh, I'm not saying that your skills are bad. Shut up. I don't need you to explain things. Well, if we're being honest, you're not exactly wrong. Just from a skills standpoint, you're one of the best. However, think from a different perspective. Do you really think people who lack the skills would do things on their own? Of course they would do things on their own. Oh. During the tests, they team up with each other. Correct. From rumors in recent years, most students are second-gen adventurers. Either one or both of their parents are adventurers. Of course, it's likely that parents have connections to each other. Parents can meet with each other and create parties for them. Most, if not all of the applicants, are from these parties. When it comes to the last 5 years, 100% of applicants passed. In conditions like that, let's assume you get your identity exposed. You'll immediately be the target of everyone. While our school's rules discourage it, it would be easier for you to join the school for your accomplishments as a special admission. I don't need it. Even if what you're saying is true, there are still people that passed on their own, right? That's all I need. I'll beat all of them and make it on my own. Hey, what the hell? I like that he's motivated, but something is off. Garam, is there a bathroom? I want to change clothes. Feel free to change and meet me in the hallway over there. Okay. I have an appointment with the CEO. Oh, Miss Jean Sarum. Sir, today, oh, sorry. I thought that he would pick up the, what? But, okay. I'll be sure to share the news. I'm really sorry, but it seems that the CEO has an urgent event that he needs to attend. What? Don't joke with me. I heard that there weren't any reservations if it wasn't today. Well, he said he'll compensate you for your time. It's not a matter of money that's important right now. We need this for the transfer test at Warrior High. If he just cancels on us without telling us when to come back. Huh. You look familiar. Your name, what was it? Recently, there's a saying amongst adventurers. The current generation is different from us. While it may not be true for everyone, it's true that adventurers of later generations are able to reap the rewards. The first-generation adventurers sacrificed their lives to come up with a strategy. On top of that, technology and skills have both advanced. But what differentiates the current generation from the first? Are the conditions that they were born with. The surviving first-generation adventurers settled down and had a family, and gave everything to their children. Not only the talent that they had, but also a high-level education since they were little. When people ask who benefited the most within the current generation, well, I guess that doesn't matter. The important thing is that you're a first-year student at our school. Han Geun. A good number of them would point at her. Hey, do you know me? Current student president of Warrior High. Sun B. Yeah, let's just cut to the chase. The CEO here, he's my uncle. I was the reason why he had an urgent event he needed to attend. But since your appointment was cancelled, I understand why you're angry. That's why I thought of a genius idea. Rather than say it was cancelled because of me, you decided to give your spot to me. Of course, it was just nonsense, but, you yielded, and I thanked you. Isn't that great for both of us? So, what do you think? Sarum was well aware. The power that the student president at Warrior High had. And the infamous stories regarding the girl named Han Geun. Oh well. Looks like she's your senior. Since she has her reasons, we have no choice. Why, thank you. I guess we'll have to make it clear. Get this out of my face and fuck off. Fuck off. You have some guts. So, who are you? Sunbae, about that. That's odd. Why are you the one talking right now? I wasn't cut. But I was sure. I don't have any memory of asking you. Idiot. Know your place and stay quiet right there. I'm Ujar Young. 17 years old, blood type O. I live in Gwanak-gu, Bangcheon-dong. Height around 180 centimeters. Weight. I haven't weighed myself recently, so I'm not sure. And my favorite food is sausage and vegetable stir-fry. That should be enough. Oh, I forgot the most important part. I'm preparing to transfer to Warrior High. And right now, I'm a little disappointed. To think that even at Warrior High, there are people like you who sit on a high horse. Ha. That's unfortunate. I don't dislike people like you. But that's only amongst the people who can back up what they have to say. Transfer student. You didn't even make it through the regular admissions, so stop acting like you. So this is how you do it. What do you think? It's my first time trying it out. I wonder if I lived up to your standards. You. Han Geun. What the hell do you think you're doing? Han Songwoo, former adventurer, current armor designer. What do you think you're doing by visiting me without asking? He's busy right now, so send them back. You even took the interphone. And it's only been a week since your last incident. 1 week. Do you really want your father to be angry at you? Oh, sorry. My niece has a tendency to act on her own. No worries. There's no need to apologize, thank God. If it's all because of her own stubbornness, looks like nothing much will happen from this. But, she's just like the rumors, no, even worse. Grow up a little. She only cares about skills, and she doesn't even remember people's names unless they're on par with the student council. Hey, come over here. That person, what exactly is she at your school? She doesn't look like a normal sunbae to me. She's the student council president. In other words, she's the strongest person at our school. Any student of special schools are given temporary licenses. Rank, gemstone. Permission from the association. Can enter dungeons with the supervision of a pro-adventurer. With this license, students can use their time during breaks and weekends to explore lower difficulty dungeons with pro-adventurers. With this, they can gain experience for when they become adventurers themselves. However, a few rare exceptions exist. Warrior High School Student Council. Composed of the few elites who possess unimaginable talent within Warrior High, they're a group of people unofficially recognized as professionals. Not only do they have enough influence to talk with the board of directors to influence their rights and responsibilities, but they also work with professional attack teams to participate in large-scale raids for monsters 5 stars and beyond. As such, the student council members at Warrior High are considered unofficial pros within the adventurer community, and they're mostly people rumored to be the next rankers. A third year, so she's 2 years older than us. And the president. Alright. Fine. That should be the case, but she's a second year. Did she fail a year? Be quiet. That's not it. She stole the original president's spot. Steal. How? I told you. Our school is strictly based on skill. That's when the greatest event in our school occurred. She challenged all of the sunbaes within the student council. And before the first semester was even over, she managed to defeat everyone, including the president, within the student body council. And became the youngest president. Stop with the nagging. I'm leaving. Thank God nothing else happened. Let's make a bet. Looks like you're pretty busy too, so I'll make it quick. I've heard that you're pretty famous within the school, so I'm sure you had your reasons to show your bad side to a junior of yours. Just one bet. If I lose, he's all yours. Okay. Are you crazy? Sorry about that. You said bet, so I'm sure there's something I need to do if I lose, right? I love that you understand things quickly. Why don't we try something called shadow sparring? Shadow sparring, originating from an old martial arts training method, it's a basic training method for hand-to-hand combat. Whoever touches the opponent first, or forces the opponent in an unfavorable position, loses. If we do that and I lose, I'll give up my time with him to you. Since it's based on the individual's agility and skill without risk of injury. And if you lose, it's a method used universally by everyone. When I transfer next year, I want you to give me that student council president position. He has to be crazy. When did he learn about shadow sparring? There's no way she would agree unless she's crazy. Interesting. Alright, that wager, I accept it. Yu Jar Young. Atelier High. Atelier, Durability Test Room. Are you insane? You still have a chance. The chairman is a rational person, it can be resolved with just a simple apology from them. I'd understand if you were fully healthy, but what do you think you can do with your arm like that? Even if you do win, there's no way she would simply hand over the student president position to you. I won't win. What? Even if I was perfectly healthy, I still wouldn't stand a chance. She's too strong. You made that wager knowing you would lose. Then the time we're spending here is just a waste. Well, don't worry about it. I understand why you're confused, but just trust me. That's what he said, but, what can we gain from a fight where we already know the outcome? Is he going to lose on purpose to get on her good side? No, he's not that foolish to try something like that. Sorry. I don't have anything to say, but I'm sorry. I know she's supposed to be the leader of the student council, but instead of being welcoming, she only speaks the truth. To Ms. Jean Sarum, allow me to apologize. You even made time to come here. No, there's no need to apologize in this situation. The situation came down to this because of his unreasonable stubbornness. I'm not sure about that. Pardon? I don't know much about the individual who came with you. However, I'm confident I know his intention. Ah, I'm sure you're aware. I'm not going to use both my arms, got it? That's the only way that this will be fair. Sure, it doesn't matter to me. I'll just take it as an excuse for when you lose. The two of them were surprised for different reasons. There was no power behind it, but it was fast. I didn't even see her move closer to him. The reason why Sarum was surprised was the speed of the attack. Shadow sparring is a defensive training exercise. In order to make contact with the opponent, one must take the risk of exposing themselves. However, Han Gaeun showed no hesitation or fear. Just an attack. And the speed to back up. Her endless pride. If it was me, would see. Ah. Ms. Sarum. I'm not sure if I'm the first to ask this question, but, Han Songwoo Atelier's head designer and chairman. That student, are you sure he's preparing to transfer to Warrior High? Former ranking adventurer career High Green, 31st. Just by looking at the calculated data that Ms. Sarum sent over, I had no doubt that he would be a talented boy. But this is beyond what I expected. He too, a decade ago, was an adventurer filled with energy. That's why he understood Jeryeong's intent. It's not because of pride, to show off, or to look down at Gaeun. It was merely, to know more. Gaeun is already stronger than most people of her age. If she gained some experience and skill, I wouldn't doubt she would be as strong as some of the lower rankers. That boy merely wants to experience it. The point that he has to reach. No, the distance that he needs to catch up to. It's been a while. After entering high school, I don't think anyone has been able to dodge my attacks for this long. I'm impressed by you. I didn't think you'd be able to last like that. Your arm isn't the only thing that you hurt, is it? Based on your movement and stamina, seems like you're not even 50% healthy. You think? When have you seen what I'm capable of? I did. You were pretty fast when you fought the Horned Horror. In the last 4 days, I've seen that video of you hundreds of times. I'm a fan. The famous hero, the unknown Mr. A, how about this? Let's call it a tie, and we can continue this next time. Once you enter our school, we can continue where we left off after you fully heal. What are they talking about? I don't think I want to end things here. You can go with my uncle as scheduled and, I can't believe you. Your keen eye, and that groundless confidence of yours. Or, maybe it's not confidence, but you just don't understand what's going on, do you? I don't have any intention of accepting a draw here. Don't you remember we have the student council president position on the line? I don't intend to give up, so let's stop wasting time and continue what we were doing. Alright, I get it now. He's just bluffing, that's what the three people looking at Jaryong thought. There's nothing to gain even if they continue. The chance that he just wasted was the best outcome he could have gotten. That's unfortunate. Personally, I like people with ambition. However, that wasn't ambition, rather just idiocy. I'm a little disappointed. He moved first. I knew it, he's been holding back this entire time. No. I don't think we can just say that he was holding back. I was completely wrong. He wasn't merely trying to gauge his strength against Gaeun. At most, they've only fought in 30 short sprints. But in those short moments, he's perfectly learned and copied her movements. It was never a matter of winning or losing. A monster. The reason why he asked for this chance was to steal Gaeun's skill. So this is how you do it. Jaryong worked as a smuggler since he was little. Dodging, that's how you should move. And there was one rule that he always followed, no matter what happens. What are you staring at? Let's continue. There's more I want to see from you. Technique is not just a strike with enough force to knock someone out. To bring out the full potential of an individual, the optimized stance and movement. To the way of breathing, even the build-up to the smallest steps. What makes all of these small details important, above all else, is time. People devote their time and passion to build experience. Gaining knowledge through repeated success and failure. This knowledge is then passed down to future generations for further improvement. Even with impressive talent, there is no way to overcome that knowledge on your own. Thanks to natural talent, Jaryong was able to steadily grow stronger by himself. However, when he reached 17 years old and his physical growth began to slow down, he was faced with the truth. There was a barrier that halted his growth. In order to grow stronger, he needed to break down that wall. What are you so hesitant about? I believe I made myself clear. You keep saying we can continue this later, but I'm pretty sure I'll get into Warrior High, and you mentioned that you would gladly teach a junior like me. Well, I guess you have thoughts like that to avoid losing. I understand, Sunbae. Uncle, do you remember what I asked for last time? The attack squads that wanted to sign a deal with me. You mentioned that I should go visit them since you'd rather that I build a positive reputation. I'll listen to you. In return, don't stop me. Gaeun, you. What do you mean, you wanted to see me dodge, right? Alright. Try to make me dodge your attack. Right, no, here. When it comes to human motion, there are connections between each movement. Each movement has a precursor and a subsequent movement. When watching someone, you subconsciously predict what's next. They'll continue walking or prepare for something. Han Gaeun is using that fact to her advantage. By skipping the movements in between, you can fool the perception of people watching. Not only is it difficult to predict what will happen next, each move is perceived to be much faster than it actually is. This is the result of decades of work, the technique that Han Gaeun's father created. And was famous for being able to successfully pull it off. Flash. To use flash twice in a row, and he even managed to use it in a way that Gaeun hasn't shown off yet. Forget the fact that he managed to understand the principle of the technique. Flash isn't a technique that can be easily replicated by merely knowing the principle. Flexibility, reflexes, and above all else, timing, are critical. If any of those are out of tune, the technique doesn't work. I didn't learn the flash technique from my brother until my early 20s. Although I was supposed to be in my prime. It took me 3 months to learn how to use the technique. I also had to learn how to use it while sparring with Gaeun, and to think he's able to use it with his whole body. As Han Song-woo thought, Jar-yeong was in terrible condition. After all he had done, he was almost out of energy. I can become much stronger than before. He experienced a sense of enjoyment in learning that he had never felt before. Though it wasn't a normal way to learn, he found a reason to become much stronger. And learned how to do exactly that. He learned not because he had to, but because he finally realized that the process of learning was fun. He finally learned how to do it and what was possible. Jar-yeong forgot about all of his pain and fatigue. Seriously, didn't I say not to stop us? Well. I'm glad that things ended before you had to get involved, though. That's unfortunate. I lost. It's my loss. What are you talking about? I said that I wouldn't use my hands, that's what you said on your own. I didn't expect you to keep up that statement, in the first place. Regardless of whether you used your hands or not, I still got hit. Well, I'm sure you're acting like this because you're embarrassed by what happened, but let's be honest with ourselves. You're not that strong anyways. I believe that there's no real reason to decide who won the spar. It was my fault for not handling things on my own. Looking at your current state, I think it's difficult to settle the score now. However, why don't we call today a draw or a learning experience? You can settle it later. When Jar-yeong is fully healed up, we can organize an official match between the two of you. Well, if that's what you suggest. Listen to me. The next time we meet, it'll be at school. If you happen to fail the transfer test, or lose to someone before fighting me again, I won't forgive you. For Jar-yeong, the duel that they had, whether he won or lost, was a precious and exciting moment. Meeting someone her age that is able to live up to her expectations. What's your name? It's Jean Sarum. She had finally met someone able to rival her. Alright, Jean Sarum. You're the one who's sponsoring him. Yes, well, let me apologize. I don't know how skilled you are as an adventurer, but it seems that you're not completely useless. However, experiencing joy for the first time, you have an eye for people. Jar-yeong wasn't the only one that day. This is killing me. I'm just glad that you don't need to go to the hospital. Nobody told you to do something like that. You can tell me off later. I feel like I'm going to throw up. But seriously, I was surprised. The result of the duel is one thing, but I never thought that she would admit defeat. Even by decision, I think you won. Although they were rules that she decided upon, during the time she started using her hands, I'm not sure. I broke those rules first. When I took off my arm sling and started fighting, both of us weren't fighting with the intention of winning the duel. When it comes to crossing the line, I was the first one to do it. I knew it, I knew there was something different about him. During the final moments, I tried everything. I don't think it would have ended with simple injuries if she got hit. Although, I knew she'd be able to dodge most of it. If I was in the same position, I would have used my hands too. There was no other option, and it was only fair. Then, what if you and the president fought at full strength? Huh, weren't you asking me why I fought in the first place? Seems like you were immersed in the fight. What? They're here. Thanks for waiting. Coca-Cola Minix Dominix. I'm sorry. My niece caused you plenty of issues. I should have taken you out for some proper food. I'm just thankful that you brought us food. Plus, I don't really have good taste in food. As long as there's a lot, it's fine. He finished a large-sized pizza in under 2 minutes. Adventurers, especially close-range dealers, consume an average of 5 times the calories needed by ordinary people. Well, I never really thought about it, but he's been unconscious for the past 4 days without eating anything. Allow us to hurry and start talking about work. Feel free to continue eating. I'm sure that Sarum is aware, but my atelier doesn't deal with leather, rather, a material that exceeds the ability of leather. Unlike most places that use plant fiber, we use the fibers from high-ranked monsters as the main ingredient. Mountain spider danger rank. We use our patented techniques to produce the perfect material, by creating a blend that perfectly suits the user. Banka giga moth, cocoon, danger rank when hatched. Once we finish the final coating stage, it creates a lighter and stronger material compared to leather. When it comes to Jaryong, to be honest, I think we're already set on what blend and what kind of clothes we need to make. We have the data that we received from the Jinxiang group, and I've already seen what he's capable of. I just have one issue, rather, something that I continue to question. What is it? Like I said, the last step in creating the fabric is coating. It's a process that involves coating the fabric in oil to increase its integrity and various resistances. Yes, you already mentioned that. That's why I requested that the coating be done with the highest grade material. The issue is that gathering the highest rank oil, at this current moment, is near impossible. The oil that we used was the oil from the ravenous whale from the deep sea. Although supply was limited, we had a contract that practically gave us a monopoly, but due to unexpected circumstances, it seems that the hunt rate has dropped to 0. While we do have materials that can replace it, I can promise you that there is little to no difference between the two coatings, but even if that's the case, it's considered a breach of contract. It's a mistake that should have never been made. Ms. Sarum, even if Jaryong refuses to work with us, I have nothing to say. But after all this time, if that's your intent, I can personally introduce you to a master leather craftsman. He creates defensive armor using leather. Of course, I'll be sure to pay for the cost and time that it'll take to create everything. Then, I don't really care. If there's not much of a difference in quality, I don't use expensive equipment anyways. Above all else, I want to use the equipment that you make. It was you, right? The one who taught your niece her skills. I don't know much about equipment, but I'd prefer it if someone strong made it for me. If that's what he wants, then I think we should go with his opinion. I knew there was something wrong with today. A strong person. It's been over 10 years since I retired, but I'm still embarrassed to hear that. Even then, I won't lie when I say that it feels nice to hear. When did you eat everything? I understand. If you trust me, I'll be sure to do my best to live up to your expectations. The more I think about it, the more I feel disappointed about what happened last week. There was a large-scale raid that I was excited for. I was hoping that I could get some incredible material that I could use. Have you heard about the Imperial Wasp? I heard that royal jelly was a rare item that only they could drop. You're right. It's the most famous, but among equipment manufacturers, there is another drop that's considered to be the dream material. Black wax. It's a material made by the Imperial Wasps. If royal jelly is the material used to grow the queen, the black wax is the material used to protect the queen. Among the many groups of Imperial Wasps, only a rare few create black wax to cover the queen. If I could use that to coat your equipment, I would be able to make something incredible. I've never seen it in person, though. Does it look like this? I used to have a picture, but my old phone got destroyed, so I just drew it. A little thick. How? No, wait. If you have a picture, does that mean you've seen it in person before? I smuggled it. Arrested. I saw it when I went to her house. Rich people really have everything. You even had that. Yeah, I'm at the hospital. Well, I don't really have any plans right now. I needed to see someone before I came here anyways. You think it's going to take about an hour? Perfect. I should be finished around that time too. So, have you eaten? I have, but, if you're gonna eat, I'll eat with you. I'm still hungry too. Want to pay for half? I might have a stomachache, though. I knew it. Alright, anyways, call me when you're here. I think I need to hang up. Looks like my plans have just arrived. It's been a while, why don't we talk outside? It hasn't been long since he fell asleep after getting shot with the sedative, and even if that wears off, this is a hospital, right? It's unkind to make too much noise in here. An attack team led by one man, allegedly called a myth, had disbanded. We can just stay quiet if that's the issue. Zeke Eskersaram, current rank 7 of the Republic of Korea, former healer for the Taibik attack squad. And now, wow, you're still the same. I never thought you'd still be able to piss off people that easily. Well, you're not wrong, these two men, who used to call each other allies. I'll be honest, I don't think I can control myself. Have met once again. I think I'm too elated to see you once again. Im Jae-hwan, former adventurer. We're on the same side, aren't we? That's why, former rank 5 of the Republic of Korea before retirement, former main dealer for the Taibik attack squad. Just shut up and follow me, asshole. Seriously, are you going to keep surprising me like that? That black wax. Wasn't it the item inside the chest when we first met? If you had something like that, you should have at least told me beforehand. What am I supposed to do when you come at me like that? Well, I didn't know it would be something like that. Thanks for playing along though. Just like when we met with Argius, we can't do things the easy way, can we? By the way, do you have any plans right now? Yeah, I promised to meet with someone. I'm leaving now. If it's not far, I can give you a ride, huh? Uncle Zeke. Wait, let me take this call. I'm leaving now. Should I head to the hospital? Okay. It's already getting chilly at night. If September is like this year is going to be cold. Did Ms. Saram go home already? She had to take a call from someone. It shouldn't take long. Oh, I'm not here because I needed to share something. I'm just taking a smoke. The skill that you learned today is called Flash. It was created by my retired brother. In other words, by Gaeun's father. I did participate in its development too. I'm sorry. To think that the creator of that skill would be here, I should have thought about that. Allow me to apologize for using the skill without permission. I won't use it ever again. No. That's not why I brought that up. I think you misunderstood something. There is no special ownership or copyright when it comes to the skills of adventurers. The only thing is that we become hesitant to teach others the skills we developed. However, it's not a crime if someone manages to learn it on their own. If it's a skill that can be easily copied, it is bound to be used by everyone at some point. Is it fine if I smoke? Still, that skill isn't easy in any way, huh, is that so? Jaryong, you told me you had never learned skills properly, right? At first, I mistakenly thought that you had a weak base. But seeing your face during the duel cleared it up for me. Such a passionate child like you would have never gotten lazy and skipped the basics. I'm not sure why that happened, but I don't think that's for me to question. However, I want to give you some advice that might be of help for you. You have a real talent. With some time and effort, you're bound to show off your true strength. Not just getting into warrior high school, but becoming one of the great adventurers won't be hard for you. Ha, ha. That is what your skills are capable of. This world, especially the adventurer business, is not a place where everyone just admires each other's strength. Of course, there will always be people who acknowledge your power and look up to you. On the other hand, there will also be plenty of those who envy you. They'll try to control you, but if they fail, they'll try to destroy you. Well, I guess you might be well aware of stories like this. So, are you telling me to hide what I'm capable of? To avoid the attention of those dangerous people? What? No, the exact opposite. Why hide that talent of yours? It's not something that you can hide anyways. If you play it small, people will only look down on you. Instead, just do whatever you want. Show off your true self. A genius that nobody can approach. As long as you're capable, do everything that you can. Steal as many skills that you deem useful. Even if someone were to cause an issue about that, do not bow down like you did just now. Instead, be sure to raise your voice. You're not the one in the wrong. The people who let you steal those skills are. Are you saying that, it's up to you to decide who's right or wrong, Mr. Jaryong? To be precise, it's the right of the strong. Even if it's a stolen skill, if you are able to use it properly and can bring it to the next level, then you can say that it is truly yours. I understand how you feel. I'm sure this is odd advice to hear from an adult as a child. However, this is the world of adventurers that is ruled by the strong. My niece's personality, just like you saw, is on the extreme. People may say that I should round her out as an adult, but I have no intention of doing so. She's a picky and boisterous genius. While they may be all afraid of Gaeun, they will never look down on her. And I'm sure that you will also. Take this call. Oh, you were here too. Call. Why should I? It's my uncle. He knew that I was taking you here. He asked if you were nearby and told me to put you on the phone. Hello. I'm sorry if you were in the middle of something. I didn't intend to contact you so soon, but there's an issue. Can you come here right now? What? I understand. I'll be right there. Is there really a secret path to the dungeon? It's not just here. Unofficial entrances to the dungeons are all over the closed subway stations. Each entrance has a different owner. This one is ours. He's inside. You came faster than I expected. I wasn't planning on calling you, but he said he'd rather die than get healed and carried by me. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like you're not on good terms with him. Did they fight with the manager? If I knew you would be this fast, I would have asked for a t-shirt. Who is he? I like your eyes. Are you the one who managed to land a hit on Mr. Zeke? You're pretty famous in our attack squad. I don't know your name though, the team that is stronger than high-ranked monsters. Did you know? The captain wants to meet with you. He might be looking to call dibs on you. Stop the pointless conversation. We're heading out. I'm done, and there's no point in staying here this long. Seriously, when they told me you needed help, I thought you were in a serious condition. I am in a pretty serious condition. My body and pride are in shreds. Cowardly bastard. I was wondering why he came with me, but it turned out he wasn't alone. I already know the answer, but do you have a lighter? Why would I? What is that light? Didn't the sun already set? Then, could you bring me that? I'm too tired to move. What the fuck were you fighting about? Did he say we fought? I was just going to burn him to a crisp. The young one he came with is impressive. He's not a tank, but his defensive skills were pretty solid. If he trains for a decade, he might become a big shot later on. Maybe half of your father. Sir, I have something to tell you, I know. If it's about quitting as a poacher, feel free to do it whenever. However, if it's about becoming an adventurer, I have a condition. A condition? I want you to perfectly understand what I'm about to teach within a month. If you can't, you're better off not becoming an adventurer. It won't be easy since it's not in the same category as your talent. Wait, sir. Don't tell me. Yeah. I'll be teaching you magic. Did you say, magic? I want to ask what you're talking about. For now though. EA. Are you okay? If you can't stand, why don't we just sit down and... His body is cold, it's not that he's just tired. I guess I have no choice. Get on my back. Making coffee with your own beans, it seemed really hard at first. Coffee on the net roasted and packed by Coffee Co. Cedar Rapiol. But with practice, I understood it wasn't all that hard. There were mistakes made along the way, but it was fun learning. If I knew I'd enjoy it this much, I would have started earlier. It would have been a nice hobby to enjoy during my prime. Stop talking about things like your prime. It's as if you're really retired. I'm Jae-hwan, 26 at the time. That's because I really am retired. In order to fix this, you can do it. Just kill that Duganog. You don't even have to do anything. Just request a target in a location, then recruit an attack squad. Even if I do, there's no way that it'd be approved. I'm sure he knows what condition I'm in, he knows he'll win if he just hides. That's why. Are you really just going to let him win like this? And it's not just the Duganog. The countless rumors, everyone would have died if it wasn't for you. As long as you can get better, it's fine. I'll do it, I'll take care of everything. Once I recruit an attack squad, I'll find the Duganog, and make all those bastards talking shit about you beg for your mercy. You're awake. Planning on sleeping late again? Huh. A little, kid. Say hi, this is Uncle Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan, say hi too. His name is Yu Jar-yong. Nice to meet you. This is my son. Jar-yong, can you go play by yourself for a bit? Dad needs to talk with Uncle for a little bit more. Oh, we're having dinner with Uncle too. I won't be able to last much longer. Zeke did make a painkiller recipe for me, made from the milk of the sky tiger. But I'll start to develop resistances for that too. Forget the pain, my decision-making and memory, even my cognitive skills will start to deteriorate. Even at best, I won't be able to recognize people in front of me in the next 3 to 4 years. That's why, in order to prevent that, please, Jae-hwan. That was probably the first time. If something happens to me, and I can't be the father figure that child deserves. That man named Yu Sung, that had never shown his weak side to anyone. When that time comes, protect him for me. The first time he asked for a favor. A life unlike mine, a normal life. A path other than an adventurer, a real life where he can find his own happiness. In that situation. I understand. What time is it? It's not that late. Around 10:30. It's only been 3 hours. Don't tell me, did you let that bastard lay his hands on my... I didn't, so you don't have to worry about that. I was thinking about taking you to the hospital, but since it'd be difficult to explain the situation, I just gave you this. Hey, is that? Take this. It's a present for starting work. A syringe? Is it for monsters? Yu Jar-yong, 14 at the time. It's an emergency potion. Not for monsters, although it's not that impressive of an item, it works pretty well in most cases. It even works as an antidote. As long as you don't suffer from a fatal injury, it should allow you to heal within an hour or two. Although it's an item only adventurers buy, I thought it's not bad to give as a gift. In return, buy it with your own money from now on. Thank you for the gift. Then, I'll be back soon. However, once you start, you won't be able to stop on your own terms. Well, it works for me since you don't have to worry about paying for your father's hospital bills. But I feel guilty for hiring a little kid as a poacher. I'm fine. It's not like my father loaned you money or anything. You never know what might happen in the future. Can you really not trust me? It's not because of that. Since I was little, I thought that I needed my own skills. In case something happens, I want the power to protect my own father, by myself. But I never would have thought that you managed to survive without using it until now. Crazy bastard. Wait, maybe I should be disappointed that you didn't sell it on the black market? You know me well. I know you won't believe me when I say this. If you had never started poaching, or had quit midway, I would have made sure to pay for your father's hospital bills. I'm sure you would have paid it off. I know. I won't lie and say that I was 100% certain though. But if something were to happen to me, I know you wouldn't just give up on my dad. That's why I was able to accept the job without hesitation. At the point when I made his own 14-year-old son a poacher, that's when I thought I already gave up. That wasn't on you, I was the one that asked for it. If you didn't help me, I'm sure I would have found other ways. Even then, I was always curious. Although I did volunteer, why did you agree so easily? In my thoughts. Don't raise my son as an adventurer, that's what your father made me promise. But it wasn't just because of that. Even when I was in my prime, I never listened to your father that well. The talent of Yu Sung's son, I couldn't stand to see that talent go to waste with an ordinary life. Let me be honest. This damned world. I fucking hate it. Those bastards that dragged your father down. And those idiots that believed what they said and forgot about your father's accomplishments. And even those bystanders that stood by and did nothing, despite knowing the truth. I wish all of them would just die. Well, at least the man named Zeke would. He would never be able to defeat the Duganog. He has the intent, but his methods are too naive. Adventurers aren't the only ones that need resolve to find and defeat a dragon. Dragons are stupid, you know. Even if their identity is known, it's hard to approach them. They've made it easy for society to fall if they were to go down. Zeke and the people he leads are determined for sure. But the rest of the people, they're all trash that betrayed your father. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, they would rather not take a loss and believe in lies. As long as Zeke is trapped within the realms of law and society, those would rather help the dragons and prevent Zeke's plan from happening. And he'll have to pay the price. 20 years ago, the horrors that your father tried to erase will return. The false hopes and dreams built by fake people, and the idiots that cheered them on. They'll all go down. That's why I never pushed you to become an adventurer. Take this. This is an account in your name. From the first day to now, I deposited all the money that I earned from my cut in that account. But why are you? I decided to give that money to you in the first place. Once you become an adult, I was making sure you had the funds to do whatever you wanted. I was planning on teaching skills and knowledge then. Rather than what you need to become an adventurer, information that's more practical and more dangerous. Contact me when you're out of the cast. That's when the time starts and I'll teach you magic. Until then, good luck on studying for the transfer test. I personally think that going to that school is pointless though. I think you could have stopped me from becoming an adventurer if you didn't give me the chance. If you were really against me becoming one. You're not wrong. But that's my own thoughts, which aren't important. It was the same 3 years ago. What do you want to do, back then and even now, that's what's most important. I always have this thought when we're gathering. Don't you think it's about time that we find a place of our own? It's not like we don't have money. I can't believe you're the one to suggest that idea. You don't even come to half of the meetings. Well, I guess it would be nice if we had a place with warm water. Wow, I always see you with the other one. Never thought I'd see you alone. He has other orders that he's following, I know. That's why I'm complimenting you. Since you don't have your guardian, I thought you'd be a bitch and start looking for that bastard. If that's not the case, maybe you're just holding in your tears. Hey. If you want to die, say one more word. You lonely bitch. Are you barking because you're scared without your owner? Even if you don't do anything, I find it so cute that you're resisting like this. I don't think I'll be punished for fighting a fellow member. You were the cause of everything anyways. You keep bringing up cause and shit. If I die, I die. What's the point of these excuses? Let's end things here. Strange Stone. I have no intention of interrupting your argument, but since we have work to do, I hope you can take care of things after we finish our jobs. If we have more work to do because the two of you, I'm sure no one would like that. Yeah, I think I was acting stupid. I shouldn't have played along with this stupid bitch's jokes. Looks like you get to live because of him. And why do you keep ignoring my fucking calls? I ignored your calls. You mean 4 days ago? I thought there was no need to answer. Go back and kill the rescue team, that's all you had to say, so what's the point of continuing that conversation? Of course there's a point. It was a successful plan anyways. There was no need to cause any more problems. Don't you think it was lacking for a successful plan? Only 12 people died. And we even got the spotlight stolen from us. The last 4 days have been filled with news of those kids. Heroes that prevented disaster. One injured in the hospital. Forget about the civilian casualties, they didn't even mention the stolen vehicle. Of course. If it wasn't for those two, the Adventurer Association would have been faced with backlash. The vehicle that stored the living star lacked any proper security, and as a result, it was stolen and caused civilian casualties. They hired the media and paid the families of the dead to distract them. They directed the focus of the public at the two boys, not at their mistake. Then it would have been better if I went back and killed them. Even if we kill thousands of people, the moment we're identified is when our actions are considered terrorism. The Adventurer Association will redirect their focus on catching us. A group like the Association won't go down for something petty like this. However, if we continue to create holes like we did, the Association is bound to fall eventually. Seems like it's important to continue to cause issues. Exactly. So what we have to do now? Hey, when did everyone arrive? If you were here, you could have told me. Did I take too long? I didn't want to bother you while you were enjoying your hobbies. Long time no see, Yoonggil. What do you mean hobbies? I was just doing my work. Please, I won't lie when I say I enjoy it though. Seems pretty fit. Is he an adventurer? Yeah, he's not that important, but he managed to put his name on the rankings. Seems like he's been stealing behind his teammates' backs. Yesterday, we met up with him under disguise and brought him here. Oh Kanghyuk, currently rank 97, main tanker of attack squad. Seems like our Kanghyuk here is a pretty scary person. Magne means the youngest or the baby of the group. Even though he's the Magne, his team has been pushing for his growth, and yet he stabs their backs and turns to the shadows. Shadows? It's a secret hideout used by adventurers. Usually within dungeons, it's like a base camp for people to use. Location safe from monsters with a hideout and medical equipment, along with items to use, that's its original purpose. However, there aren't many teams that use them for pure intentions. They use the fact that it's an area hidden from others to do whatever they want. What you told me, mind telling me again? I'm sure everyone would love to hear. Tonight, at the Shadow, there's a party, our teammates, and I. Along with civilians that the leader is bringing, civilians. You're adventurers in the ranks, and yet you were spending time with poachers. Keep talking. And don't be nervous. If not, I might just kill you. Oh, our leader, they're people that he has connections to, the people he brings are different each time. Either rich folk that love to party, or businessmen, celebrities. We have some drinks, or use painkillers or potions that have soothing effects. Wow. Looks like I get the general gist. You create addicts that can't satisfy their cravings with ordinary drugs, and cause them to come to the dungeon looking for more. Well, I guess there's nowhere better to do drugs than in the dungeons under the pretense of protecting adventurers. The outside world can't get involved. I had no choice. When I first came, they told me it's all like this, that our attack squad isn't the only one. What are you so scared for? You spoke up and told us everything, why would I try to hurt you? Then. It's unfortunate, but it's time to say our goodbyes. See ya. Tonight, no one is allowed to leave alive from inside there. Adventurers and civilians enjoying drugs were killed by wild monsters. That will be all the world will hear of. Hunting attack squads. Seems like it'll be fun. What's wrong? It's a little weird that it's just the four of us, but I never imagined that Dorian would be left out from a case like this. Is it because there's no need to hold back? If things get out of hand, we can just kill them all, right? When it comes to pure lethality, the four of us are the best option. I suppose you could say that. Alright, a slaughter like this is what you've all been waiting for. The target is an attack squad trying to grow its influence in the modern world. He always talks as if he's not part of us. There are 2 gold class, along with 6 rankers. It should be more than enough to relieve some backed up stress. Be sure to enjoy it to your fullest. Once their bodies are found, the stench will wake up this rotten world. And soon, the era of Team Scar will come. 1 month later. Yeah, we're almost there. Time, it says I'll arrive at 6:13, so 2 more minutes. Yeah, I just got out of the cast this morning. It feels awkward when I try to use it, but, neurorehabilitation. They told me I need a week or 2 more of it. To 2 weeks. That's good to hear, looks like we have some time to spare. Your equipment should be finished around then too. I also forgot to mention, oh, I see the car. I'm here. Do you see me? Whoa. I was wondering why I needed to take that expensive taxi for an hour to come here. This place, we're the only ones using it for the next 2 days. We only have the weekend to get ready for the transfer exam. I heard that you were getting tested by that manager of yours for the next month. I need to do everything I can to get you ready. Oh, I forgot to mention this. I met him in the morning when I got the cast off. He said he wanted to help get me ready for the transfer exam. Since he seemed to know some stuff that might be useful. And above all else, I heard he was a classroom friend. It's fine, right? A swimming pool, alongside the basic training facility. And lounge. Oh, you can have whatever food or beverages you like here. They're mostly healthy stuff. And this is the weight room. It's all adventurer exclusive ad-spec equipment. The 5th floor is the men's dorm, and while there are showers in each room, if you really want something better, you can just use the spa on the 4th floor. This is all your uncle's private property. There's nothing to be surprised about. Among the top rankers, there are some people that buy entire mountains to use for training. There are times when my uncle brings people here to rest and train. When it's not in use, it's left like this, which is how I got permission for us to use it. Us. Also, I forgot to mention, what the hell is that? Come on, hey, why are you calling a friend that? Shoo, quiet. He can hear us. I don't know why you brought along Suk Cholkang. I don't think he thinks of me as a classroom friend. Have you ever tried talking to him? Of course not. It's not just me, but the entire class, no, the entire department avoids talking to him. It's from Juggernaut 150 kilograms. He's famous for being picky and really noble. He ignores even the best student in our department, so why would you think I'd be? Cholkang, what are you doing over there? You're not here for fun, stop it. Oh, okay. We can take a look later. Sorry, it's just an equipment brand I've always wanted to use. Jean Serum. So she's the one that's been helping you, it was her. What, are you on bad terms with her or something? If you don't want to come, I can go back. Oh, it's nothing like that. In the first place, I don't have any acquaintances at school, but Jean Serum is, well, she's scary and pretty cool. Are there two people at Warrior High named Jean Serum? I don't think we're talking about the same person. No, she's really impressive. Although I don't have a sense for things like this, I could tell there were plenty of people that hated her from the beginning of the first semester. Even then. I've never seen her bow down to anyone in the school. She always looked so strong and had her head held up high. I don't know about her grades, but at the very least, I could tell she was, internally, a strong person. I know I already mentioned this, but I was thinking we could use this weekend to work together in a study group. What do you mean study? You need to get ready for the practical test, you only have a month left. Well, I don't think it's that odd. Even though they call it a practical test, it's more about habits and knowledge that I should know, right? Where it might take place, and what kind of theme there might be. You mentioned that it was analyzing the situation and developing a plan. I'm sure that's important. But since we have a facility like this for the three of us, I thought we could make better use of our time training. Within the last month, I was able to grow stronger than ever. I've managed to face really strong people, and I've learned things that I never could on my own. That's why I wanted to take this time to train with you guys. We can teach each other skills or information we know, and give feedback to each other. Of course, to an extent that benefits us all. Of course, it'll be helpful for you guys too. I know it's harsh to say this, but, you're both outsiders within the school, right? If I were to go to Warrior High and make friends with others, I'm sure I would share information like this. I don't know what goes on at the school, but I'm sure that there are plenty of people that do this. Except you guys. Well, it's not like I haven't given that a thought. On top of that, Jean Serum, you need to focus on yourself too. The more I think about it, the more I understand that Warrior High isn't an easy place to perform well in. A friend you can trust, I know you said this, but the practical test is going to be harder than expected. Even if I were to pass the transfer exam, it has no meaning if I have no one to sponsor me, right? Well, I understand what you're trying to say. But forget about you guys, there's nothing that someone like me could teach you. What do you mean? Do you know how to use magic? I'm only taking theory classes. She's really good at using it, although she has no sense of aim. Well, that's because I'm a magic archer, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm good at using magic. If that's the case, maybe you can teach me. I've always wanted to learn how to use it too. This is from Serum's personal point of view. I'm sure that was natural enough. Where can I go and change? Minutes later, performance room, sparring room. Cholkang needed to take a call from his parents. But seriously, there's everything here, they even have gear in different sizes. Can I take one home? Do whatever you want. Was this your idea? You and Suk Cholkang. Studying as a group. Thanks. I never thought I'd get to work with other people while attending school. And to think it'd be with, that Suk Cholkang. Well, I've learned this too, but Cholkang isn't a scary guy. And let me make this clear too. Huh. So, that's why I had a bad feeling, you were here first. If you had plans to use the facility, you should have told me. Seriously, you're always so clumsy. Anisha. Why are you here? That's since Uncle isn't here. I'm sure you heard what he told us last time. When Uncle isn't using the place, we're free to use it whenever. Who is she? Is there something that you didn't understand? If not, did you think that Uncle would give you special treatment? Let me introduce her, this is Anisha Eskersaram, she's my cousin. She acts like I'm older, but we're the same age. Oh. Nice to meet you. To think that Saram would bring a friend like this, I'm so happy and relieved. Oh, this is a second year from our school, Jang Songyong Sunbi. I'm sure you've seen him before. I was planning on inviting a couple of my friends and Sunbae to come train and get to know each other. Although I decided to come here with a couple of people that could come early, I'm so glad to see that you're here too. I could care less, but I'm sure you'd prefer somewhere with less people. If you went home when everyone was here, that might just create unwanted misunderstandings. Why don't we just work together then? This might be a great opportunity. We were planning on having a study session too. One of my friends is in the other room taking a call, but if it's fine with you, do you mind if we work together? St year. What school do you go to? I don't think I've seen you before. I went to a normal high school before. I'm a first-year student, and my name is Yu Jaryong. Huh. I'm preparing for the transfer exam into Warrior High, and she offered to help me over the weekend. Although there's a lot of things I don't know since I was doing other things, I'm trying to do my best to learn as much as I can. Why don't I suggest you get in a car and leave before it gets too late. Even if you're desperate, you shouldn't do this. I don't know if you're lying, or you're just embarrassed that you're going to a normal high school. We're Warrior High School students. We're not at a level that normal people like you could follow with just effort. You'll just embarrass yourself if you stay here. Go back and look for something that better suits you. But that hurts, although it should be obvious, but Jang Songyong had no intention to seriously hurt Jaryong. Even if you're not an official adventurer, fighting outside the dungeons, especially when the opponent is a normal citizen, is a heavy crime. Sunbae. He was planning on punching the air, stopping right before it reached him to make a scene. That's how he planned to show the difference between them. I was sure that I calculated the difference between us. So why? If he wanted to react to it, he should have pulled his body back. Did he get hit on purpose? For that to be possible, that would mean he read my intentions in the first place. Why did you hit me? I was just trying to be nice, no bad intentions, so mean. I was hoping we could be on each other's good sides, working together. I guess I have no choice. Self-defense. I'm sure you understand. Within the performance room used by adventurers, there are cameras installed depending on the layout. The cameras are placed to ensure the inside of the room was recorded without blind spots. And the adventurers can look at the recorded footage to analyze their movement. Just now, I'm sure he got hit on purpose. I don't know why, but, regardless of what happens, he has good enough reason. The fact is, he did nothing when he was punched without warning. That fact is recorded on the cameras. Self-defense, you say? I'm pretty introverted and shy. If something bad happens, I keep thinking about it, and I can't sleep. Hey, about that punch, let me apologize. But don't you think you're overreacting over something that won't even leave a mark? Overreacting? Did you hear him, Sarum? He just hit me and he dares to say I'm overreacting. I can't believe this. Should I just call the cops? Or maybe the office at Warrior High? Stop. Fine. I got it. What do you want? Money? Or do you really just want to train with us? I told you, anything I do would be considered self-defense. If I don't punch you just like how you did to me, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. Where did this bastard come from? Alright, do whatever you want. Oh, really? Yeah. If I can solve things, this might be the easiest way to do it. He's just a weakling that goes to a normal high school. Even if he's fast, there's a limit to how much power he can put into his punch. Oh. This is a little different from what you promised. Huh, why'd you dodge it? Just let him punch you. That's what it looked like from an outside perspective. However, Jang Songyang's perspective was, he had no choice but to dodge it. If he didn't, he was certain that what he imagined would become reality. Don't tell me, you had no intention of getting hit by me in the first place. Can't believe you. Just tell him the truth, Sunbae. Regardless of whether what you did is right or wrong, don't you think it's excessive and emotional to pay you back the same? I think it would be better if you apologize and compensate him for your mistake. A situation like this that isn't a duel would just be pointless fighting. You heard her, right? Well, I acknowledge that what I did was wrong, so, that's fine. Then you can choose, Sunbae. Do you want a duel, or would you rather just fight? You bastard, who do you think you're messing with? A punch that intentionally doesn't have any power behind it. Since I hit you, should I just end things? That's what Jeryong's eyes said. That was enough to destroy the pride of a warrior high school student. I got you, bastard. Let's just say I hit you in the body a couple of times. Huh? What just happened? He lost on purpose, right? To play along with him. Hey, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I really am just asking, but, bro. Do you really go to Warrior High? Never mind. What I imagined, no, I guess it would be what I experienced. It's just a lot different than I thought. I was hoping to try going all out without trying to harm each other. Anyways, thank you for playing along. I don't have any ill intentions against you. I'm sure you won't do much since there are recordings of us anyways. I feel sorry if this is the conclusion. I thought he was similar to what I experienced before. If I knew this would happen, do you think I should have just gone easy and left? Just in case, keep the recordings of what happened today. Do you intend to do something with it? I think that was plenty. Are you stupid? What would I do with it? I want you to look at it. I'm sure you can clearly see what happens. I tried to limit my movements and move at a slower tempo. I'm disappointed that he was below my expectations though. Don't tell me, you were trying to record the fight to show me, well, I guess. They were the ones to start the fight in the first place anyways. But, was there any reason to do all this? It's the one wearing the dress, right? The bitch that keeps bothering you with pointless things. It's pretty obvious, or rather, I don't think she intends to hide the fact that she hates you anyways. I don't know what you're like at school. But, from what Cholkang told me, I don't think you'd be willing to bow down to others. Let me clear, I don't intend to stay still when someone does that to me, got it? I'm not that prideful about myself, but I'm also not the one to be taken advantage of. I know we have an agreement, but it's still my precious school life too. And I don't think it's beneficial for us to be isolated from others. Although, Cholkang is there too. Seriously, I can't believe it, Sunbae. I wasn't expecting much from you in the first place, but, I thought you'd at least be able to keep your composure as a Sunbae. You're bringing me down too. Even with this much distance from us, it's hard to breathe, she's still the same. It's clear that she could care less about pointless mana usage. Yu Jaryong. Hey, what's wrong? Oh, whoa. F-rank spell Flare creates a fire that burns between 400 to 500 degrees Celsius using the user's magic and the surrounding oxygen. Great for camping and first aid. That's 752 to 932 degrees Fahrenheit. I did it. Look, I really created fire. There's no need to be that surprised. It would be weirder if you couldn't produce a flare. Unless you have no talent, anyone should be able to use it. Well, then at least I know that I have some talent. What should I do now? Create a bigger fire? Or maybe I could try water now. No, continue maintaining that flare, now, focus on the inside. There's nothing more stupid than someone telling you to feel the magic. How are you supposed to feel the magic if you've never used it before? However, it's different now. Although it might seem like a puny excuse for a spell, you're able to drag out the magic and use it. Although you might not be able to feel it, the magic within your body has been awakened. So, this might be the best state for you to try and feel it. I see. Don't let that flame die out and focus on the inside of your body. This might be the first step into feeling something. I didn't think he would understand any of this. Worst case, we might have to do this the entire weekend. Oh, is this it? I feel something sharp and ticklish, like static electricity coming from my lower stomach, and spreading to the rest of my body. Is that right? Oh, yeah, sure, I think you're kind of right. It hasn't even been a minute, and he's already got the hang of it. This is amazing. It feels like my body is filled with circuits. I wonder how many there are. 50, no, there have to be more than hundreds. There are two main parts within the human body to handle magic. The core, located in your abdomen, creates the magic. While the circuits that stretch from the core supply the magic, the amount of circuits being 127. Can you play any instruments? I learned the piano until I was 10. I don't think I had much talent though. Then, it should be easy. It's similar to playing a piece on the piano. For example, this D-rank spell, Thunder Sphere, creates and launches an electric-filled sphere at 200 km per hour. Although it's not lethal, its large range makes it ideal for limiting the movement of multiple enemies. When I casted this just now, did you see me use any chance or complicated movements? Unlike what most people think, magic isn't as complicated as people make it out to be. Most spells happen within the body without even moving. Let's take the piano for example, specific keys, in a specific order, and at a specific timing. That's how you play a piece, right? Magic and spells are the same. The circuits in your body are just like keys on the piano, and magic is the piece being played using those circuits. Among those 127 circuits, you send magic through specific circuits, in a specific order, and at a specific time. That's how you use magic. A piano with over 100 keys, what happens if the timing or order is wrong? Are there no risks or side effects that come from that? Easy spells will still manifest as long as the mistakes aren't too big. Although they will lack quality. His face is scary when he's focused. However, the harder the spell, the higher the chance the spell will fail. And, of course, there's a consequence that comes with failing. Although this Thunder Sphere is only a rank D spell, in the worst case, the user will be paralyzed and won't be able to move for half a day. For A to B rank spells, and even for some C rank spells, one mistake could be fatal. That's why the front line being protected is important for magic users. Focusing like that during the real thing is incredibly hard. You mentioned that you can sense your magic. Yeah, I've been practicing that for a while now. But I still can't identify each individual circuit. Then, start with the easiest identifiable circuit. Since you're a tanker, there's no need for you to know all the circuits. Start with the circuits used for buffs. Would you look at that, I knew they'd work well with each other once they got the chance. What, are you going to use the bathroom? Huh. No, I just thought there was no point in practicing anymore. What do you mean? You need to continue practicing until you can easily sense magic within your body. I think I already got the hang of it. Although I would need to count to make sure, I can sense where all my circuits are. How? There's no way. How can you feel each circuit? Let's see, the number of circuits that end at my right hand, 2. One ends at the wrist, and another 3 at my elbow. Looks like there are 6 in total in my right arm. And my left arm has more than my right, 8 of them. Including the one in my shoulder, it looks like there are 10 of them. Are you lying to me? I know I taught you everything, but there's no way this is possible. I can't be sure, but it looks like he did another Yu Jaryong thing. Sure, let's just say I'm lying. Tell me what the next step is already, bro. What else am I supposed to call you? Hey, seems too cold, and Sunbae doesn't sound right, since I'm not enrolled in the school yet. Although there are small differences. All human-like species have about the same number of circuits in similar locations. That's why, each circuit is assigned a number from 1 to 127. I'm sure you can already tell, but this is my fist when there's nothing. Remember that. Now. Just add a simple buff. Circuit 2, for Circuit 21, Circuit 45, 62, range spell, muscle stimulation, increase in reflexes, increase in stamina usage. Feel the difference. I can't believe he said that when he didn't even bat an eye. Just last year, I was at the bottom of my grade. Although I had some confidence in my basic stats, I'm sure you can already tell, I lacked the sense to utilize them to their fullest. That's the reason for the buffs. Yes. Rather than looking around for a talent I didn't have, I looked into what ways I could improve. Luckily, I had some aptitude for magic. Once I practiced, I looked into spells I could use. And with time, I found out how interesting buffs were. Depending on how you combine them, you can bring out the best in your abilities. If it was like that with just one buff, then with multiple buffs, and if they synergize, those buffs could be even stronger than I imagined. I told you, it's a way. However, people with talent have no interest in self-buffs. At most, 2 or 3 spells is all they need. Most people don't research dozens of them like me. As a result, I managed to reach the middle of the pack, and even lead a team. But most people at the top look down on me for using tricks. That's why, that might be the reason I was so excited, that one of the most popular first years invited me to this event first. Even if this event was considered a mere social event, I was still happy. If I could share my progress with my impressive juniors, I thought I could get their approval. That's why I decided to play it tough like I did. I was too excited, and that's what made me do the things I did. That's why I know how it feels to be on both ends. I know I'm late, but let me apologize. Seriously, I'm sorry forget the apology. For the next 58 hours, I hope you're ready to teach me everything you know. 4 days later. Monday 6:49 a.m. I'm telling you, morning air after working out is the best. You sounded like an old man just now. I didn't think you were serious at first, but to think you didn't even sleep during the entire weekend, aren't you guys tired? Of course not. We're still young. Stamina, don't talk to me. I'm sure these last 4 days were worth everything. To be honest, I was surprised. I never thought that training with people on your level could be this beneficial. If we were in the city, we could have gotten some soup with rice. That's kind of unfortunate. I haven't had soup with rice before. I called a taxi. Is anyone going towards Gangnam? Since I have off-campus training today, I don't think I'm going to go to school. Me. Can I get off at any station on line 2? You don't need to give me a ride. The traffic should be bad since it's a morning on a weekday. Yeah, and we're not in the same direction. This might sound a little weird, but I want to thank both of you guys for this weekend. I think this is the best weekend I've had within the last couple years, since I was 5 years old. I wasn't sure if we would have more chances to see each other before the exam. Since I'll be busy with preparation, and since you guys also have exams, let's all do our best when that time comes. Especially you, Jean Saram. If you fail the final, I'll make fun of you for it. Got it? Fine, I got it. How many times have you said that this weekend? Take care of her, or not, I guess you're busy too. At least be nice to her from time to time. Alright, I'll see you next time. Oh, and Sunbae, thank you for this weekend. I was able to learn a lot thanks to you. Yeah, me too. See you next time. I think my ride will be here soon. Still awkward when it's just the two of them. Looks like we avoided all the traffic. I know I already said it to them, but this really was the best weekend. I learned a lot from you too, Hyung. Not only a lot of buffs, but even something like a special move. It's not a special move. I've told you dozens of times, but that skill is just an idea, got it? Not only have I never used it before, but I've never had the chance either. It might not even work. Well, I might be wrong, but I think it will be more than effective in battle. If I can master it, I think I can even use it during the revenge match. A revenge match? It's a long story, but there's something like that. If I succeed, I'll be sure to tell you about the results. I don't know when I'll get the chance, but we should grab some food together when we get the chance. Really wanted some rice with soup. I'm not sure about that. I don't think I can hang out with you, unless you go to a better school. I'd rather not spend time with people that go to normal high schools. I can't believe you. Thanks for the encouragement. I'm tired. I guess I'll skip school and get some sleep. There's no need to go to school. I don't think you have enough time to sleep either. Manager. I'm supposed to go to school today though. I know. I told you. I already called them. You won't have to go for a month. You want me to skip school for a month? Why are you surprised? Weren't you getting ready for the transfer exam to Warrior High? Unless they give you points for attendance, pack your bags. Bring some underwear and a couple of shirts. Looks like you learned magic. Although it's on a basic level, I can sense your circuits are active. Well, isn't it obvious that I needed to do some preparation since I knew what we were going to do? I'm proud that you did that. It won't be much use though. It won't be much use. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you wasted your time or anything. I even congratulated you. But I'm just trying to make this clear for you. Didn't I tell you? This isn't a private lesson, but a test. Are you prepared and determined to really live as an adventurer? In order to test that, I'm going to do my best to push you. You should hurry up and get your stuff, kid. I know I said this, but grab enough clothes for a couple of days. If you need more, we can come back. Okay. Can I ask where we're going? Is it a practice facility you used when you were active, or? I already sold all of that stuff. How do you open this damn thing? By the way, what is that? It's been there the whole time. What do you think it is? It's your weapon. I don't know how that bastard knew my address, but he managed to send it. Finally, it's open. Why was it so complicated? Take a look. If it's wrong, I'll sue them. Looks about the same, except it's a different color. Seeing that this is in there too, I don't think only the looks have changed. Whether it really is something noteworthy, or if the changes barely did anything to it. Let's go. I'll make sure you have more than enough chances to test out your weapon. I'm excited. That's what I said. Carnivorous and danger rank. If you meet a 3-star monster, focus on running away. Make sure you avoid even meeting a 4-star monster. I think that's what I was taught. That's what I taught you to survive as a smuggler. However, it's different for an adventurer. If you're too scared to move, or think you're going to die, let me know. I'll help you right away. The last time I saw his skills was already half a year ago. A carnivorous ant is even more dangerous for close-range types. If he hasn't improved during the last half year, he'll probably die. If that's the case, then that would be the end of it. Good luck. Even though I'm completely focused, if I had reacted only a second later, I would have lost my head. This would be the second time that Jaryong faced off with a 4-star or higher monster. While there might be a gap between the monsters that he's faced, the important thing is that the premise is the same. Whether it be on attack or defense, not even one mistake will be tolerated. Without a supporting ally, a single opening will lead to death. I need to end things quickly, using everything I've got. The difference between 3 stars and 4 stars is intelligence. While the difference depends on the species, most monsters have decision-making skills on par with humans. In some cases, they can even play mind games with people. Despite being able to defend, it deliberately let its guard down to bring me close. I can't slash through that with the needle. I knew this would happen. Huh. Mon. What was that? It disappeared. That thing just now, how did you activate it? I don't know how to use this thing yet either. I only managed to read a couple of lines from the instruction manual. How do you feel? Do you feel lethargic, or strangely tired when you move? I guess I'm a little out of breath. But I think that's because I'm surprised, rather than tired. I didn't feel any magic just now. It must be an ability that allows the user to manifest a blade using stamina. The mechanism itself isn't that special. Rather, it's an old-style skill that's behind the times. A manifested weapon is not free. Stamina loss is based on how long the blade is manifested. Although it might have made sense when finding good material was difficult, it's more efficient to just create an actual blade nowadays. However, based on the impact of that last strike, is it possible to create that kind of force while only feeling slightly tired? Anyway, this is good news. If it wasn't for your item, you would have learned your lesson. I have nothing to say. I know. I practically lost that fight. Well, as long as you know. I never thought you would win in the first place. Don't take it the wrong way, alright? It's not because I underestimate your skills. It's actually the opposite. When it comes to your talent and skills, you're okay. Just by looking at your battle prowess, I can tell you're already on par with gold-class adventurers. Why are you complimenting me? It doesn't suit you. I wonder, is okay an expression used as a compliment? Including your own father, I can make a list of dozens of people that have more talent than you. And amongst those people, over half of them have met their end at the hands of a weak monster. Another one? No. I managed to split it in half, but it reattached itself. Ability, super regeneration used as a condition to repair physical damage. A hammer. So that's how it works. The stance the user swings in. The weapon most likely identifies the situation the user is in order to manifest in the perfect shape. The insane efficiency is a plus. Although it might seem pretty random, it might be the best skill for that kid. However, no matter how good the weapon is, if he can't figure out the strategy, he doesn't stand a chance. Especially within the time limit. You. Were you trying to deflect the attack again? In your current condition, you wouldn't even be able to dodge the attack. Game over. Any objections? I tried to destroy any parts that might be its weakness. What was I supposed to do? I don't know. I think running away might have been the best option. Don't joke with me. Right now, I'm being serious. Run away, and lure him into a place where he can't regenerate, that's the strategy to win. Huh. There are 3 strategies to defeat the carnivorous ent. The first, and most efficient, way would be to lure the carnivorous ent somewhere it can't absorb nutrients. As long as it's touching a surface where it can absorb nutrients, that thing will continue to heal, indefinitely. If you lured it into a rocky environment, or the inside of a fallen mine, you would have easily defeated it 5 times over. But did a thought like that even cross your mind? Look for its weakness and face it head on. That's the only, one-dimensional way to deal with things. Huh. It already broke. Looks like I have no talent in protection-type skills. The second method to defeat the carnivorous ent. By using a C rank or higher flame spell, and burning it in its entirety. Wasn't that easy? That's what matchups are all about. If you were a magician that specialized in fire spells, you would have beat him easily without having to worry about anything. You might need some agility to dodge its attacks, though. That's also the reason why that thing is a 4-star. He's extremely weak to fire. Even if you can't use fire, using that strategy, defeating it becomes much easier. However, until you figure that out, that thing is the worst thing to deal with for close-ranged damage dealers. It might seem easy to just use a C-rank fire spell, but most regular fires wouldn't even stand a chance. You would need a military-grade incendiary bomb to imitate its power. While the first generation lacked polished attack spells, we get to take advantage of the strategies they developed. Many adventurers lost their lives to learn this information. Then, those people that you said had talent, yeah, most of them died. All to monsters that are easy to defeat with a little planning. For the sole reason of being born in the wrong generation, they lost the chance to express what they're capable of. Anyway, how does it feel to be defeated by a monster for the first time? Really, like shit, right? It's different from losing to another human in a duel. Frustration and emptiness. You don't learn much, and all you feel is regret and loss. As an adventurer, it's an experience that everyone has. And in return, you pay the price. A light injury if you're lucky, retirement if you're not. In the worst case, the life of someone else. The fact that you lived because of someone else will make you feel like shit. I don't want you to feel that emotion. Just because you pay the price, doesn't mean you learn a great lesson. If the only thing you lose is your dignity, sometimes that might be the best option. Anyway, we're done for today. Let's head out. Can you run a couple hours? Yeah. The inside of the dungeon has been drastically altered from the original space before the adhesion. Although the outside of the dungeon might seem the same size as before, the dungeon is small. And while the perimeter is also the same, the area inside the dungeon may seem multiple times larger than initially expected. Including Uedo, the 4 regions combined to create the Agar jungle, the actual area inside the dungeon is close to the size of the entire country. Well, that didn't take that long. Come here and enjoy the view. It's always amazing seeing this for the first time. The environment experienced within is beyond anyone's imagination. Dungeon, Old, Syndrome Danger Rating, A. Isn't it amazing? Despite how it looks, even 3 stars are considered the bottom of the food chain here. If you're alone, you might be able to survive for 30 minutes. For the next 2 weeks, I'll teach you during the day, and protect you during the night. Well, I'll continue to teach you after those 2 weeks. But from then on, you'll have to protect yourself. If you manage to use everything you learn to survive for a month, you pass the test. Although I'll keep mentioning this, if you ever want to stop, that's unfortunate. To hear that we'll only be here for a month. A month later, November day of the Warrior High School practical test. I can't believe you, Yu Jaryong. To think you would ignore all of my texts and calls for a month. The test is at 9, are you really at home right now? Huh, were you waiting for me? Yu Jaryong, where the hell have you been? Sorry for ignoring your calls. I was in an area without cell service for an entire month. I should have told you about that before going. What's wrong? Oh. I guess it looks a bit strange. My hair kept poking my eye and I just couldn't take it anymore. I tried cutting it on my own. I guess it looks really weird. I didn't have scissors either. Sorry for worrying you so much. I'll try to get ready quickly. Oh, wait a second. Inside the car. Oh. Sorry about that. Whenever something approaches me from behind, I just react, it became some sort of habit. I should fix it. No worries. You don't need to apologize. Oh, this. I forgot all about the clothes I was supposed to get. I spent the entire month trying out the weapon they made for me. It was nice. I'm so excited for this too. Feeling bloodlust from a person, it was the first time that Saram experienced it. However, the real reason why Saram was astonished was far from that. The bloodlust that she felt from Jaryong was something that Saram was used to. I was surprised, so I might have mistaken it, but what I felt at that moment was no different than the bloodlust that she felt from the monster she had faced. So, does it fit well? It's perfect. It fits perfectly and it's so light. I understand why it's so expensive. If you had the time, we were going to test it out and make detailed adjustments. When it comes to high-grade equipment, those small changes make all the difference. Well, I guess we can't do much about that. But seriously, I'm excited. Excited. I guess that would be better than being nervous. But I think you should have some sense of wariness since it is a test. Huh? Oh, I wasn't talking about the test. Of course I'm nervous about that. I was talking about Warrior High. The entirety of the exam is at Warrior High, right? Since last September, it's always been Warrior High this, Warrior High that, but I've never actually visited it in person. North 373241 between Yongsan-gu and Junggu, Namsan, 270 m above sea level in a small place where a small mountain and park used to exist before the adhesion phenomena. Mountain drawing, 8781 m above sea level, former danger rating, A+. It became the highest region within the entirety of the Korean peninsula. The noteworthy thing was that, while it was located closely to Seoul's largest dungeon, the Agar Jungle, it was really a separate dungeon. Taking those facts into consideration, 30 years ago, the country and the Adventurers Association worked together to completely clear the dungeon. At the time, all well-known adventurers within the country were gathered for a briefing. While participation was voluntary, not a single adventurer decided to back out. It took a whole year to prepare for this large-scale raid, demanding both physical and economical investments. Everything that was necessary was put into this plan to ensure its success. From this point onwards, mountain drawing, the old Namsan, has officially become territory of South Korea. Namsan raid successful, the complete clearing of an A-rank dungeon. It was considered an event to be celebrated around the world. However, a small dilemma appeared right after. Mountain drawing wasn't just a single peak, rather, there existed great plains within the region. What was the best way to utilize that? Well, I know this might not sound realistic. What could have been a large problem over territory control, ended with the suggestion of a single person. Why don't we build something like a school there? There has always been a debate about the need for adventurer education facilities. No matter how small, space to allow countless future adventurers to train and practice was needed, and since the space for it was hard to find, the plans were delayed. While Droid Dungeon was considered an ownerless land, the ownership over the land was given to the adventurers that risked their lives to regain the land. And while the story wasn't well known, if it wasn't for the adventurer that donated his portion of the land, known for being the sole reason behind the clearing of the dungeon, Warrior High School may never have even existed. Even if I didn't do anything there, I'm sure that plenty of people have always wanted to visit Warrior High. If they had merchandise, they would make a fortune. Hey, aren't we leaving Seoul? Isn't Warrior High inside Gangbuk? A lot of stuff happened during the month you went missing. Have you ever heard of J? Isn't that a rising attack squad? I think some of my friends are fans. All the people in that squad died. The attack squad's public hiding spot's lock was broken, and high-level monsters seem to have gotten in and attacked. While it might seem like a tragedy. Wow. Huh. I'm sure that caused a scene. Don't even mention it. I've seen like 7 public apologies on the news. So many people are involved with the event. Starting from the Adventurers Association, and even the adventure market as a whole has hit rock bottom. It's best if you think it was best that those druggies died. They don't have common sense and they think they're all that. That's why this happened. I hope that we take this chance to lower the total number of approved adventurers. Anyways, in order to change the overall mood of things, the Adventurers Association announced all the secret projects and ideas that they've had. And as a result, the testing area changed. The Pangeo Labyrinth. I'm sure you've heard of it before. Yeah. The second completely cleared A-rank dungeon that was fully cleared after Mountain Droig. And it used to be the home of the infamous dragon, Basuka. At the same time Jinseong Group Research Facility Underground Smithy. I got you those drinks because you were asking for them so much, and you're telling me you finished all of them last night? Shut it. It's been a while since I've had real alcohol. How am I supposed to save it if you didn't even get me much? Honey wine, 25 years, dwarven alcohol, high alcohol content. Whether it be elves or humans, not only are you bad at making things, but your ability to make alcohol is the worst. So, what made you decide to visit me all the way down here? Do you have news about that kid? I guess it's not news that's completely unrelated. Vasuka's Labyrinth. I'm sure the Adventurers Association asked you for help 20 years ago. Remember? They wanted to create an advanced training area to pick out adventurers or something. I told them to get lost since it sounded like a waste of time. Can you tell me why you made that decision? Well, I'm sure you're aware, but dragons are the type to get fixated on certain things. Once they find their target, they show a strong obsession and greed for it. Vasuka was known amongst my kind for being a famous labyrinth fancier. Despite being considered one of the stronger dragons, he made his nest as complicated and confusing as possible. Titan and dwarves, even humans and elves, he used all kinds of techniques to make his nest more complicated, and did whatever was necessary. It's not possible for humans to take advantage of that kind of monster, one made of obsession. During the last 20 years, didn't they claim that they would hire a dwarf master from overseas to get rid of anything dangerous? The number of dwarven masters that Vasuka kidnapped numbered in the thousands. While I'm not sure how you humans managed to capture Vasuka, I'm certain that they didn't do it inside the labyrinth. They most likely lured him out and dealt with him. If he made up his mind and stayed inside his nest, it would have been impossible to do anything about it. Even if they spent the last 20 years getting rid of everything, I'm sure they've only dealt with the tip of the iceberg. It's likely that they didn't even get near the center of the dungeon. While they claim that there's nothing wrong during inspections, once adventurers actually start exploring, there's no way to predict what might happen. Without any announcement of the change, a sudden change to the testing site a week before the test, seems like they're willing to do anything to appease the media. However, seeing that you're here asking me this, I see. Seems like they've made an idiotic decision. Well, I guess it's not all that bad. If you're lucky, nothing bad will ever happen. Even if something were to happen inside the labyrinth, it could serve well as a story about the worth of life. You never know. If there is anyone that's lucky enough, they might even manage to control the dungeon in its entirety. Wow, so, you're telling me that this is the entrance? Pangeo Special Training Center, former, Pangeo Labyrinth. Those here for the Warrior High School Transfer Practical Exam, please come and receive a test paper and contract at Area B1. I repeat. A labyrinth that changes shape for a variety of difficulties and themes. That's what was announced. Since this is the first time it's being used as a testing site, there's no data on it. It might be better for you though. There's a lot more people than I thought. Yeah, compared to the transfer students last year, looks like she put in the work. Was it Anisha, your cousin? Huh. Let's see, even in this area, maybe around 20 people. They're staring at me pretty hard. I don't know what she told them, but this is more than mere wariness. I knew that Anisha would try to do something, but 20 people. Are you sure? I can't really tell if anyone's staring. It's not their gaze. One of the things that I learned during the last month was what it felt like being targeted. It feels like opening a window on a hot afternoon. The month I survived in a highly dangerous dungeon. The number of things that Jaryong learned were countless. One of the things that he learned was to avoid situations where you would be targeted. However, just now, it was even sharper. Although I expected this, I'm a little shy. When it comes to situations where you have no choice, I guess I'll need to tell everyone, good luck. Make sure you don't give your opponents the chance to look down on you. Minutes before the practical exam. Pangeo Comprehensive Training Center, Conference Room 1. We would like to thank everyone present here for participating. If it wasn't for everyone's support, we would not have been able to make these memorable changes. Choi Sung-go, former adventurer, current Adventurer Association President, Career High, South Korea ranking 12th. Especially you too. The current principal of Warrior High. There's no need to thank me. Go Doksu, former adventurer, current Warrior High principal. Frankly, when it comes to these hasty plans, I've never truly supported them. Career High, Pacific Rim Union ranking 4th. In our current day and age, I'm appalled that you are able to redirect the attention of the public with jokes like this. The people want their protectors to take responsibility for their actions, not a playground like this. I believe everyone here thinks the same. Well, what can he do? As a hired educator, he has no choice but to follow the overwhelming opinion of the board of directors. However, if you would like to express your gratitude, feel free to do so to the person across from me. That person is the face of the board of directors for Warrior High School. Co Yura, Warrior High Board of Directors Chairman. I understand that you bear no ill will, however, I hope you could refrain from saying anything that may cause misunderstandings. The decision was made after a long discussion within the board. Currently ranked first in South Korea, Attack Squad Union, Thaw League leader. A long time, you say? It appears time is relative. Even if it was a pointless interaction, I guess the first place ranker would think it was a long conversation. In this small country, I'm not sure what value there is in maintaining first place through showmanship and politics. Principal. Is it okay for him to say that? I know he's angry. I was trying to be understanding, but don't you think you're going too far? It's not even a formal test, it's just a pointless transfer test to choose a couple of idiots. Why are you overreacting like this? Pointless? Idiots? Hey, Cho Young-gil. Cho Young-gil, Warrior High Board of Directors, Chilsung Attack Squad, founder. Unless you've gotten dementia and lost your memories regarding your past 30 years of experience, I suggest you shut your mouth. Among all those children outside, there isn't a single one that deserves to be talked down to by you. I understand that it's difficult to receive avid support from everyone. You have all the right to feel great regret about the current situation. However, if you'd prefer to have conflict, rather than a chance to express your thoughts, I'm more than willing to fulfill your wishes. The director and principal have always been on bad terms with each other. Since tensions were at an all-time high, everyone gathered was prepared for what could happen. However, what caused them to calm down was an unexpected factor. It was a student that had nothing to do with the situation, who was introducing himself to everyone. If you two could please calm down. I'm well aware that you'd love to complain about the current circumstances. However, I will admit that I should be the one receiving all the hate. There is no need for the role models of Warrior High to fight. Did Ms. Cho Saya head down first? Yes. She should be busy briefing the students by now. I should be the one receiving all the hate. I can't believe what he was saying. Among all the Korean adventurers, I'm sure that everyone is aware that the association president is Co Yura's puppet. So, did you think that I was too aggressive? Your choice of words and tone were unnecessarily harsh, thank you for agreeing. Since she has the power and authority in her hand, I understand why she would try to utilize them to their fullest. However, she's crossed a line that shouldn't have a long time ago. When it comes to children that just graduated, she's been claiming that talent deserves the correct treatment and scouted them to her attack squad. Even if we keep in mind that they're Warrior High graduates, she manages to provide them with unbelievable pay and treatment. Those children indulge in the things that Co Yura provides. Not wealth built through effort, but wealth and honor built on networking and belonging. And as time passes, those young adventurers full of talent and potential cease to exist. They are satisfied with what they have and have become adults that would do anything for their own benefit. How would fish trapped in a well dare fight against the being that provides them with food? They have no choice but to keep swimming in the small well, blissfully unaware of the fact they are trapped. Believe getting this testing site approved isn't the only thing she'll do. I'm sure that only a few in the association know hints to clear this dungeon. And the few that have gained this information would be the parents or relatives of the students that are taking the test today. Now then, do you still think I'm being overly aggressive? Not only does she influence the kids that graduated, now she dares try taking over my school. Me, us, our warrior high school, I'm sure she has low expectations of us. I won't let that happen. This test is not something that can be cheated on by knowing the testing location. The only thing that I'm concerned about is safety. It's already a difficult test, but to conduct it in an unknown area, that's what I was thinking. Yet, she could care less. But praying isn't really my thing. If something were to happen, we just have to move as quickly as possible. Oh, also, about that. I wasn't able to say much about it at the time, but I'm sure everyone felt it. Even if they're all useless, there's no way they couldn't have felt that overwhelming bloodlust. It's immature and unsharp, and it's foolish for the time and place. Is that what you think? I guess I can't say much about that. I agree with half of what you said. I don't know who it is, but it's not immature and unsharp. He's making it rough on purpose. Well, I'm sure you were already aware. But you're pretty famous within the school for being strict to students with talent. Anyways, that was interesting. Although I shouldn't have any personal feelings for any of the transfer students. I hope that kid passes the test. Although I can't do much instructing as the principal anymore. The theme of the test is search and transportation of treasure. Find the treasure located within a chest inside the dungeon, and exit the dungeon safely to pass the test. 30 minutes before the practical exam, Pangeo Special Training Center, Briefing Room 2. All the sources of danger within the dungeon are set to put the participants in a state where they are unable to continue. The rules are a lot simpler than I thought. I thought there would be a complicated point system. While most injuries will be something along the lines of fractures and light cuts and bruises, there is always the possibility of the unexpected happening. Since you all desire to become adventurers, I suggest you be extra careful when it comes to personal safety. The clear condition is 1 treasure per person. I will tell you ahead of time. Inside the dungeon, there are more than enough chests for participants to collect. As such, there is no limit to the amount of participants that can pass the practical exam. Really? If even a quarter of people here pass, that's still over 100 people. Do you think they'll change their mind? In regards to the basic items that you will be provided with. Sarum didn't tell me about this test format. No, even just from what other people are saying, it looks like this is a new rule implemented this year. That concludes this briefing. We will now start allowing participants to enter the practical exam site. Each participant will enter based on the number given on their test admission ticket. Will Group A please go through the exits and enter the locker room? Your equipment is stored in the storage lockers that match your admission ticket number. Since I had to give away my phone, I can't contact anyone. I have no choice but to figure it out myself. Hey, you. I'm already nervous as is. Watch where you're going. You were the one that bumped into me, so why should I listen to what you're saying? As you can see, I can't walk fast with my leg like this. There's no way I could catch up to you. I'm fine with getting bumped into when there are a lot of people like now, but don't get angry with me, please. You can't even walk, why are you talking so much? Hey, do you think you can take us? I could care less about all of you. Let's not block other people's paths if you can. If you can. Who do you think you are? Get lost. What if I don't want to stop? What are you going to do? Hey, Stop. Well, even though we're still minors, there's still laws in place, and since we have an important exam, I won't do much. You're funny. But I guess I would cause you some bad feelings if I happen to see you on the testing site. I might accidentally cross the line. What the hell is wrong with him? You didn't know? That kid. Bitch. Oh, here. You dropped this. Thanks. You didn't have to do that, but thanks to you, I didn't have to deal with them. His attitude. I guess that's okay, we are the same age anyways. But his leg. Alright, good luck on the test. Do adventurers study for the SAT? Does he think you won't pass the test? Forget it, there's no need to worry about others. Everyone has their own intentions. Good luck. Pyo Dojin, 18, Warrior High 2nd year, last year's achievement overall evaluation 2nd place. Pangeo Special Training Center, Labyrinth Entrance Floor. The practical exam begins in 10 minutes. Each participant, please enter the corresponding entrance and follow the instructions of the guides. Whoa! What the hell? It's just like a sci-fi movie, the sheer scale of it really has an impact. Once again. Each capsule is an elevator that will take each participant to random locations within the labyrinth. Please enter the capsule and wait until the test begins. During the remaining time, each participant will be transported to their assigned testing area. And at the start of the hour, the doors will open and the exam will start. It's like a normal elevator on the inside. Until test start 0 minutes 5 seconds. Participant distributed equipment. 1. Tactical band, shows the time, detects oddities in the user's condition and status, detects location and rescue signals, asking for help will result in disqualification. Until test start 0 minutes 1 second. Alright, this is it. Pangeo Labyrinth. A location once known as Vasuka's Abyss. While the potential for danger to be used as a training location was brought up. What? Even those people, when it comes to what was inside the labyrinth, could not have guessed what could be inside. However, who could have imagined that the labyrinth itself would have its own will, and that it would try to use the humans that tried to take advantage of it? Did the exam start? The participants' locations cannot be tracked. Emergency situation. The layout of the labyrinth. All adventurers within the facility, please follow the orders of the guides and leave the current premises. Are there any entrances we can use? They're all closed. And the reward for waiting would be that it gained prey to eat. However, just like there would be people that would be eaten. The fact that their natural enemy would be inside them, the ownerless labyrinth would also be unable to know that.